Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Thank you so very much for being here. I surely do appreciate it. It is Saturday morning, 12:30, so you know what that means. It's time for some Legacy. Omni, what's good, dude?
Thank you so much, my friend. Hello, everyone. I'm the last Omnitech, your favorite robot American, and welcome to Legacy First Flight, our Storytelling the World Tomorrow stream. I'm super happy to have you all here. We are on session, what is it now? I guess this is session 2,
Is it two? I thought it
technically?
was three. Okay,
Is it
cool. I'll
3?
change it.
Oh, yeah, because we had the point 0.5 session, and we had session 1, and now we're on session,
Session two.
I believe so. Yeah, I guess so.
I fixed it.
Just, just make sure, yeah. And now you got me questioning myself. So,
Thanks for
let's get a
hydrating me.
recap of what happened last session for everyone who was there so that we can recap the ones who weren't and get some intros as we're going around. Just quickly who you are, where they can find you, and your character. Whichever order you guys would like. And don't forget you're doing it for moats because that's how we do this here.
True. If nobody else wants to start, we were told that there was a location pretty nearby to the city that we were kind of stationed in, as it were, and that there was some wildlife there that was kind of inhibiting research that was kind of required to do for us to figure out how viable this world might be for an extension on its. I don't want to say loan, but basically on its lifespan from the Union. If they don't think that it's viable, they're going to terminate the colony. And so they were like, well, we might be viable, but like we are also having this huge problem with water, which, small thing about water, you kind of have to have it to support life. So they dispatched us to go investigate this area. We came across some wildlife, and that's when the shooting began.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Anything anyone else has to add to that?
Don't forget the meow.
Oh, yeah,
We
let's
finally
throw
met
in,
up with
yes.
Louie. Once we went to Hab 3, which was like our little settlement place or whatever. And then that's when they went off. I went off to go talk to my superiors because obviously they love me. And yeah, and then the boys got into some combat. Louis yeeted one of the little predators, into another plane of existence, which is always fun. Yeah, and so far I think they killed all the enemies in that little vicinity that they were at as of right now, as far as we know.
I think that sounds about right. Yeah. So I would say that is moats all around for everybody. Bond, I'm going to give you a moat because even though you weren't there last session, that wasn't your fault. I'm going to give you that for sportsmanship and patience. So, okay. Well,
Missed you.
True.
Yeah. I did want to also say that our friend Paul is likely not going to be joining us today. Much love. Rest up, buddy.
Feeling better, bud. Love you.
Yeah, we love you, pal.
Love you, Pablo.
Just wanted to shout him out because Paul Ampersand is fucking awesome, dude. He runs a lot of cool streams. He does a lot of awesome work. Look him up. Trust me, you won't regret it.
Got a big Kickstarter that he's getting ready for called Descendium. You might want to check that out. It's a pretty cool campaign that is like a reverse order dungeon delve type deal. So check it out. It's forming.
Hell
Love
yeah,
you, Paul.
absolutely. Okay, so other than that, I suppose we can get started then. So for those of you who have not tuned in before, Legacy is set 400 years in the future from now, as humankind has stretched out into the stars and expanded across the Milky Way, and joined the Union and a galactic treaty organization with the other species of the galaxy, and has more or less been moderately peacefully coexisting with the other species of the Union. But there are still struggles, trials in this universe. The frontier is dominated by many individuals who all want what would be best for their people, and honestly, with limited resources, you work with what you got. And so our characters are in a distant world known as Barreldine, which is, well, for lack of a better term, a small podunk middle-of-nowhere colony, which the characters are, for whatever reason, been drawn to here, and have found themselves now positioned in trying to save the colony, or in the case of one of them, assessing whether it's even worth doing. as of last session, as our recap went, the player characters had just finished, at least 2 of them anyway, our friend Kushitaka and also Louis, the Sylph, had just finished cleaning up a small nest, seemingly, of rockhoppers. Rockhoppers being a relatively common pest species across the galaxy. And at this point, having cleared the area out, I will pick up shortly after Louis has been recalled back to the main station. It's just you there right now, along with Doral Delana. So I'm going to pull these characters up to the front so we can make sure we're all nice and big, and we can see who's currently there. So it's been about I want to say 15 or so, 20 minutes since your fight. What have you been doing since then, sir?
Securing the area. Talking to my my friend, the potential investor who I'm trying to impress enough to get a job with currently. So I'm doing my damnedest to make a positive impression with him, but not like a kiss ass kind of impression.
Right. No, I got you. Okay. Excellent. So, as you've been sort of relaxed, as you've been just sort of looking around the area, make me an awareness roll, just so we can assess some things. Because I believe at the end of the last fight, you yeeted the last of the rockhoppers. Literally, Paul's character Louis, the sylph jockey piloting a mech, grabbed one of these little buggers and threw it Team Rocket style into the distance. You haven't seen them since.
8.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so just to remind everyone who's out there, in case the dice rolls are a little confusing, everything in Legacy is tied to your attributes. So you have 5 core ones, and you choose whatever the die type is for that attribute, and you roll it. You also would roll a luck die. You choose whichever of the 2 you like better, and then you add the modifiers. So that's a D10, I believe,
Correct.
and a D6 for the luck. Derek chose the D10 because it rolled higher.
Yep.
Pretty straightforward.
And I have a +1 because I took a rank in awareness, or a discipline in awareness.
Yeah, there you go.
Or
Which
I
is
came
pretty
with
solid.
1 with my species.
Yeah. So the moneymakers, the moneymaker is above the final result, folks. Look at the dice, not the result. It just adds them together because it's roll 20. So in this instance, as you sort of are walking around, scanning over the place, what you can see, this probably isn't the last of the rockhoppers. This is the last of the rockhoppers on the surface.
Mm.
They're much like termites or ants, and they burrow a great deal. So there's likely a larger rockhopper colony, if not directly nearby, maybe even under your feet. But you guys probably stirred them away for the moment with all the violence. It's very unlikely they'll attack immediately. If they were going to, they would. They wouldn't have stopped. So it's likely that the swarm just sort of decided you're not worth the trouble right now.
Can I want to ask him if he will be safe for, maybe 20, 30 minutes or so, however long it takes me to do something.
Oh, yeah. No.
I mean, I suspect he probably will be. He's probably got some of the best armory and equipment that money can buy, given how much cred this guy's got.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So when you ask that, Doral sort of turns his helmet towards you, and beneath the visor of the Anazali is highly smoked up black, I would say glass, was more like a ceramic. You can only see his glowing eyes, but there's still the impression of a smile in them. Yes, I suspect I'll be perfectly fine out here. Go do what you have to do. I've got plenty of experience sitting on knolls and doing not much but kick rocks. I'll keep an eye on the scanner for you while you're gone.
Wonderful. I would like to fly up around and see if I can't see any kind of outcropping of a hive structure. I'm thinking maybe some kind of termite mound or anthill on steroids, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, that's fair. That's perfectly fair. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to take a look at your character sheet and see if you have any mods that would benefit you, or any proficiencies that would benefit you in this. Which also, I'm really glad we uploaded all these character sheets. It makes my life so much easier. Okay, so looking at this, you have espionage. I think this would be fair. You're basically reconnoitering, so I'm willing to give you espionage for this. Make an awareness roll for me again.
Okay. And then add my espionage proficiency.
Indeed. As well as also the base, yeah. I'll also give you a situational modifier I'll apply afterward. And I will roll a set of dice myself.
Holy fucking shit.
I didn't even need to roll that dice. They both explode, so if you want to keep going, actually it will benefit you. There you go. So it's a 12 and a 10. Plus 3, so 15 is the result.
Pog.
That is technically a critical success, as in
Hell
this game,
yeah.
dice explode. Then when you roll the highest number, you keep going, and that is what we get. That's where we get criticals from.
Fuck yeah.
Combat
dog.
doesn't really do anything for you unless you have a critical rule, but out of combat, I keep an eye on that shit. So as you're soaring up here, you catch a couple of nice thermals, and it lifts you up pretty high. It's starting to get to like mid-afternoon about now. And so the sun's not nearly as harsh in your eyes. And as you're looking down, you can see from above what you would only normally see on a satellite-like scan. And there isn't really like an actual visible structure on the outside. But what you do kind of notice is there are a number of what appear to be natural like caves in the area. But looking at it closer, there's a lot of them. And that implies that it's not just caves, they're burrows, most likely. And if they weren't at one point natural caves, they're probably readapted into burrows now.
Right.
So this isn't uncommon on Frontier Worlds. Rock hoppers aren't exclusive to Barrel-Dine. In fact, they're so common that literally almost every world on the Frontier has some form of them. They're highly adaptable. They're incredibly resilient. They're incredibly edible, so most of the colonists aren't super interested in killing them off. They just want to keep enough of them where they can hunt them and not enough of them where they overrun the colony. So,
is that a pretty thin line?
It depends on the colony, honestly.
Because I mean, like the way that I think about it is like you describe them as a pest, right? My brain parses that is like, okay, well, what are other pests? Deer are widely regarded as a nuisance, and we keep them alive because they taste fantastic, and also they're a natural thing. But if you let too many of them happen, then they will absolutely annihilate the ecosystem while themselves at the same time. So, I mean, it's my job to be aware of things like this. Do I feel with critical success like the rock hoppers themselves are a pressing threat, or is it just an immediate threat in the locale that I'm presently at?
It's very likely just an immediate threat to this area. The good news is that rock hoppers themselves rarely destabilize ecosystems, entertainingly enough.
Okay.
They're omnivorous, and they tend to fit into niches of an environment that aren't already occupied. They prefer not to engage in contesting of resources. They are much rather to be like, oh, are all the creatures eating plants on the surface? We'll nibble on roots. Are there creatures under the surface? We'll start hunting. Are there bigger predators? We'll hunt a niche that they don't target. They prefer to grow in the most efficient means possible. And the good news is it means that they just sort of fill out whatever part of the ecosystem hasn't been taken care of by whatever the colonists' development has been. Unfortunately, the problem they represent isn't a threat against the actual... How do I describe this? It isn't a threat against the ecosystem. It's a threat against the colonists. The one thing they don't abide, usually, is sapient presences. And in fact, they will very quickly kick people out of their territory. So what it likely is, at this size, at this scale, this is a moderate-sized colony. They seem to have reached an equilibrium. They're probably not going to expand outward. It'll only become a problem if they build suburbs all the way out here. And that's a problem literally decades, like half a century out from now. Assuming Barrel-Dine succeeds, that's how long it'll take to populate out to here.
Okay.
So,
well, satisfied by that. Assuming I don't see anything else particularly out of the ordinary. I spend the whole 20-30 minutes, however long it is, and on my way back when that fucking rock hopper finally breaks atmosphere and comes splatting down on the ground.
I will
shit.
say you do see that rock hopper in the distance, like, or a rock hopper like scuttling through the forest. They do fall because they have wings. They're not strong enough to lift them. They're strong enough to aid their descent. So
Like a
it
chicken.
got yeeted and gently glided down to the ground. A little harder than it might have wanted, but it's still alive. So Paul was
Okay.
very emphatic with that roll that he did not want to kill that creature, and he rolled high enough for me to justify it. So
That's fair. I'm going to make my way back over to Dural and tell him that I think that the coast is clear, and I would like to think that again, I'm just kind of pushing my luck here with that critical success, that I probably notated all of the locations where I saw likely outcroppings of rockhopper hive territory.
I don't think that's pushing it at all. Your character has access to a wrist link, which is basically just a modern cell phone laptop combo that's a holographic, literally like wristband. I mean, if you can pull out your phone and say, "Hey, Siri, take a note." I just triggered like everyone's phones. I apologize if you had those. But like, yeah, no, that's basically what you do. So that's not a problem.
Okay. Cool.
The biggest thing I will say that you did also notice from the air that's important, that's not rockhopper related, which is the crystals. These giant blue crystal structures around this little outcropping you're on. This is the only place you see them for miles. They're not anywhere near here. It's just here. And while you've seen calcite and other gem deposits springing up, mineral deposits happen all the time, but these are very uniquely tinged, and they are massive, almost comically so. In fact, comically so. They are more like a fantasy like settings depiction of crystal caverns, where it's just like huge 10, 15, 20-foot crystals, the kind that would take centuries to develop. And when
But
you
they're
look
just
at
out here in the elements where crystals should not develop.
Yeah, where they should just be getting ground down to sand by erosion.
I mean, diamonds are a girl's best friend.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. It's so pretty. But yeah, no, the biggest issue you're looking at with this is that's very distinct to this location. It seems very I don't want to say unnatural, but very unique.
I tell Dural, after explaining to him where all the locations are, then just sending him over the raw data, which is that breaking the law?
I don't think so. Your
It's
job,
not conflict of interest.
Your job with the Frontier Corporation is to assess for them. They have they don't really have any privacy clause. Now, granted, if you do start taking private information, like if the pictures you were taking or like the readouts you were taking were of like a hab and the occupants inside, yes, that would be an issue. Or like of the actual like proper location itself and giving him like a detailed map of every inch of the settlement, that would be a security risk. But you're sharing basic planetary scan data. That's the sort of thing that anyone with a microsatellite or starship, they could easily, like any ship passing overhead could take those images.
I mean, I just think about like in the real world, you know what I mean? Like if I'm doing stuff on my work computer,
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
You're technically contracted to do this work. You don't directly work only under the Frontier Corporation. This is just a commission. It's just a steady commission for you.
Okay, good deal.
So you're good. Yeah.
Because I was still going to do it.
You also own your wrist link. The wrist link is yours. So,
okay, cool.
Yeah, no, it's your cell phone.
And yeah, I send him over all that stuff, and then I tell him that we might want to get a scan of or a sample of these strange minerals because their presence here is quite peculiar for the same list of reasons that you gave me.
He would nod at that, and scratch his chin through his helmet, which it's a very strange gesture to see, but that's someone who very clearly is used to not wearing it. For the Anazali, that's unusual. Right. I'll make sure we get that taken care of. In the meantime, you might want to get back to the settlement, let them know that we've cleared the area, or at very least see if you can gather any of your other members together. I know Louis had to be called back to take care of some construction work, but the others should be free. I would appreciate their presence.
We may wish to kind of defoliate this area, clear it a little bit for inspection, because otherwise we're just inviting more of those rock hoppers to come and attack our people. We're too close to their territory here, where if we're going to spend any amount of time out here, we're going to be at risk. Either we're going to need to up our security to the degree where like whoever's investigating just doesn't need to worry about it, or we're going to have to kind of clear the area so that they will feel as a hive like they lost the territory. We can get the research from some biologist, I'm sure. It's a big universe, but that's probably, my professional opinion, what we should probably do about this.
That's fair. I appreciate your assessment. Thank you. All right, let's head back then. We can at least leave the beacon here to do its sonar scans alone without us. It's relatively unobtrusive and shouldn't bother them. Yeah, and so this little metal pole, almost looks like a road cone made of steel, goes under the ground. It sort of unclasps like a flower. You see this metal rod out of it and then shunk into the ground with a thud, and you hear the soft little beep beep, beep beep, beep beep as it begins to quietly engage in ground penetrating sonar. And you're free to return at will.
I return.
Okay, so let's pop back to the settlement and catch up with our friends. So let's start with you, JJ. Or should I say, let's go with you next, JJ. So you were recalled briefly to, at very least, just for a moment, Camp Heral, which was the underwater portion of Camp 4, where the Oraname lived, to handle a brief issue. It wasn't a big deal. It was just a couple of workers. They weren't full on striking. They were just kind of complaining somewhat about their conditions, and you had to sort of negotiate better terms on their behalf. And it's largely a good faith kind of thing. It's easy to become very disenfranchised when you mention, workers complaining about their circumstances. Sounds like they're being exploited. They're not in this instance. They actually are just in a very harsh environment, and it's just the way that it is. And occasionally they will have issues that need to be brought up, and that's why you as a negotiator are here. Because sometimes it's just not as easy as they'd like it to be. It might literally just be a matter of, you're on the frontier. We don't have a solution, and the only other option is to leave. We can do what we can, but shrug. Thankfully, this was a pretty straightforward issue of, we need a part. You need to get it printed or we're going to have a leak. And they very quickly said yes. So you were just there to let them know, like, hey, we're not going to have a radiation leak underwater. It's coming. Just give it a little while. So at this point, what are you going to do now that you're basically free?
Have I already traveled back to where Kushitaka and Louis are?
I think that'd be a fair assessment. Louis is currently off doing industrial work across the settlement, so I'm just going to say that he's unreachable at the moment. Like, literally out there acting like a living dump truck. So
yeah.
You do
totally
his thing.
Fine. Do we have, or do I have, like, any memory of the map of where exactly the artifact is, or are we heading to that place already, or?
You were told that they were going to go scout it out first, and that when they came back, you'd assess it. Yeah, and for the record, Kushitaka is back, so you could probably easily spot that. Like, so your Wrist Link has a function where you can actually search the environment. You basically have like a Google Maps,
right?
And like Google Maps, it also has the ability to ping friends and other people, especially in your fire team.
Friends.
Yes,
Friends.
Fire team members, or in this case, away team members that you've been assigned to. As long as Kuchitaka consents to it, basically he can let you know, hey, I'm arriving. So you would know that he would return, assuming Kuchitaka that you consent to this. And if you don't, I understand. I do know you. It's up to you, really. Technically, you're
Oh yeah, it's strictly professional.
Okay. There you go, JJ. So you know that they're on the way back.
Okay. I would probably, I'd probably just sit and wait for them to get back. I'd probably just kind of, I would say, am I in the place where they originally? Well, no, I'll just wait. I'll just wait for them to come back. That's all I'll do.
Okay, that's fair. All right. So, I imagine, Bon, what about you? How are you looking?
I've been working hard doing my job.
Okay. Well, you finished your brief contractual work you had to do. After a couple of really tense hours, you've managed to fully disassemble and reassemble 2 threatening reactors on one edge of the settlement. It's not as extreme as it could be. They're like the reactors are designed when they fail to fail without a super large explosion.
It just rusts out.
Basically, yeah. It's the steam blast that's the problem. And these ones are intentionally isolated from buildings. The problem isn't will they hurt people. The problem is when they go, will they kill power to a quarter of the camp? And this one powers one of the automated turrets that protect the camp from potentially like marauders, pirates, etc. It's orbital defense. So that going down is a big fucking no. You managed to actually wrangle the thing, reassemble it, and smoothly put it all back together. Your rolls more than justify it. I know how crazy you can roll. Also, don't forget, I believe you have your Child of Tomorrow you have to do.
I do. I gotta roll a 1d4.
Yep.
First.
So, for all you folks out there in the audience and other players, if you're wondering what we're rolling right now, Bond's character has a trait, think of it like a feat, known as Child of Tomorrow. That allows her to... Jesus Christ! That's pretty good. So, that would be 9. That's pretty solid. That allows you to, once per session at the beginning, roll a d4 and then roll an intellect check. The d4 is the number of times that you can use the result of that intellect check to replace any roll you make in the session after the fact. So she just rolled a 9 collectively, which is pretty good. You can do it twice. All right. So then, after that, you would get the ping that Louis and Kushitaka have managed to fully secure the site. Louis immediately pings busy and has to walk off into the settlement to do some heavy industrial work. But Kushitaka returns back to the settlement. And what are you doing?
I would probably see when he returns if there are any dinks in his gear or my bike that you took. Yes, my bike. Technically, the bike that I would help put together.
So if that's the case, then I figure you all will be meeting, I suspect, probably over at either Hab 3 or the Slab. Kushitaka, which one would you go to, do you think?
I would probably consider it a day's work. Go report into the Oraname and the Inazali that I spoke to earlier, where I imagine I would run into Amaya.
Okay, that's fair. All right, so you run into the 2 the 2 directors of the settlement. That'd be Yale and Arctos, a synthetic, and an Oraname. And the 2 of them are both grateful for the work you've done and securing the site against the Rockhoppers. They keep it brief. Clearly, it's been a bit of a day, and they're not particularly interested in engaging you too much on the topic. But Arctos does sort of pull you aside afterward and asks, so while you were out there, did you notice anything in particular about the site? Anything strange I should note? More than I already do.
Oh, what do you already know about it?
We know that one of our mining drones found something underground it couldn't cut. And it had an Anazali, some sort of Anazali beacon or energy signature to it. That's all we really know. Also, that the area has rock hoppers in it, but we don't know how far they've progressed. It's far enough away from the settlement that we're really not focused on it.
That's all you know?
It's a big planet. We're a small settlement.
Okay, well, there's these mineral deposits that are growing out of the ground. I'm not sure what they are, but what I do believe is that they have a lot to do with the underground uncuttable stuff that we found. For all I know, it's mineralized water, but there's scans pending that that will probably tell us what it actually is. That's just my theory, but that'll quickly be either proven or disproven. Um, I think that the wildlife doesn't want us around there, so if we're going to be making any sustainable type of investigation into the area, we're going to need to provide, or you're going to need to provide a security detail that is the whole shebang, full suite security. Do not cut corners on that because there is at least rock hoppers around. And if I know anything about rock hoppers, is that if there's enough of them to where they have a big enough colony to just kind of claim territory, there's some predators nearby that is smart enough to hunt the individual ones. And we're going to want to be on the lookout for whatever eats those things. Also, there's probably going to be a good deal of sonar in the area, which might also drive wildlife a little bit mad for a while. So give that a wide berth for a day or two.
All right, that's good news, and thank you very much for that assessment. You said crystals, that's odd. And he holds out his hand and does sort of like make a window gesture. And as he does, he creates a very quick little holographic hard light window, sort of pushes it back, and he takes he grabs what appears to be like a data packet and throws it into the window in front of him. And it occupies half of it. And from what you can see, it's an orbital scan of the location at its last pass. Like, it was literally he just accessed the planet's orbital grid. And this appears to be time-stamped like 2 months ago. And when he puts it up there, there's no crystals there whatsoever. It's just a normal hillside. And he just sort of looks at that. Are you sure at these grid coordinates? Do you have pictures?
Beep boop. I throw them to the other side of the screen.
Okay. And as you do, we'll actually swap us over to it very quickly so you guys can see it. There we go. So, from a far enough view, you can actually see the area. I don't know why it's... There we go. So, and yeah, those crystals are huge. Each of those is probably about, like, I want to say 2 to 3 stories tall at this point. They're very big. They're big enough for constructs to take cover behind. And so you can see he just sort of takes a step back and looks at that. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. You said you think mineralized water, perhaps?
I don't know. It's just a theory. We're running scans on it now, but I mean, there's no water in the area, so it's got to go somewhere, right? Maybe it's wishful thinking, but maybe the two things have something to do with one another.
You're not wrong. The blue could be cobalt, and there is a great deal of that in the water.
Yeah, I'm not a geologist.
Luckily, I have someone who is. Well, a botanist, but he also does a great deal of geology. So I'm going to be assigning him to your fire team for the foreseeable future. His name is Gallant. You should be able to work with him in the future. I'll add him to your fire team roster as needed. He's a researcher, uses a rig, chemistry, tends to prefer nonviolence. So if you get into a firefight, he is very unlikely to contribute, but as I understand, he's capable when he needs to.
Tell him to meet me in the mess. I'll buy him a burrito.
Very well. All right. Well, thank you, Kushitaka. I suspect you've had a long day, so the hab is yours to rest in if you like. Early tomorrow morning, whenever you're ready, feel free to report in. We'll be waiting.
Yep. And gets up and just like unceremoniously stomps out of the room.
His like feathers, like arms, like excuse me.
Quite proud of himself. Yep.
I did a great job today. I get a gold star. Like, everyone needs that buff, right? Everyone needs that little bit of that win. Yeah. So, I'm going to say that you all would eventually meet back in Hab 3 after a little bit of time, and it's It's actually pretty quiet at this point. I'm just going to put you all here so we can see who's on site. And it's been a bit of a day for everyone. Becky, you've been out there absolutely crushing the industrial game. Kushtaka, you've been engaging in the crushing of rock hoppers. And eventually, when you get to this to Hab 3, you do in fact see a at least for one of you anyway, familiar face. If this will ever load, here we go. And that would be Gallant. Gallant is actually the synthetic that you were talking to at the slab just earlier yesterday. And he tends to wear a very long white, like sterile lab coat with sort of green accents to it. Of course, my phone. I literally muted this thing. I don't know why you hate me. There we go. Okay. So yeah, he walks in. He's wearing a white lab coat, green accents on it, which denotes him as part of the science team. And likewise, also he has a very vibrant purple internal glow, shining both through his eyes and through the vents on the sides of his face. As most synthetics do, there's usually a color they associate themselves with.
He's styling.
Yeah, no, he's got a very Buzz Lightyear color scheme going, which is ironically unintentional. It's just his job gives him that. And
oh, like he isn't a fashionista.
Oh, I imagine he wouldn't have chosen Toy Story protagonist as his primary color scheme if he could have chosen it.
Don't lie. Don't lie.
But yeah, so eventually he walks up to see the three of you as you're sort of all gathered there.
I mean, if I see Kushataka, I'm going to be like, you! Where's the bike?
Hello, little person.
I am not short.
You are short to me. It is all
No,
relative.
you're just large.
I think that's a very humanistic perspective.
Mm-hmm. I am human.
Just chomping on a burrito. Yep.
It's just like, okay. And my bike would be located where?
Your bike.
I put it together, yes.
Can they just 3D print you a new one?
I still have to maintain that one. We are low on resources, in case you didn't know.
Are you just gonna fix it up and give it back to me?
I will fix it up. Whether or not you can use it is up to my superiors.
I already got clearance from them.
Then it's yours.
Also, I kind of outrank your superiors.
Okay, but I do not report to you. I still report to mine.
Well, you can check the registration. It says it belongs to me.
I'm gonna interrupt and be like,
by all means, as this is happening, also you can see Gallant was approaching. He was going to say something, and he's just steepling his fingers in front of his face, like this is awkward.
I'm just gonna interrupt and be like, "How tall are you?" To Becky.
5'7".
Yeah, that's about average for humans. That's not too short. And then I'll look at Gallant and be like, "Oh, hello."
A pleasure. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. I was told to meet the three of you here. I've apparently been reassigned.
Oh, catch! I'm gonna throw him a burrito.
That he just sort of catches it in midair. Ooh, brown bean. Then despite the fact that he's a synthetic, and again, he does not appear to actually have a normal mouth. The front, the entire front plate of his face actually sort of angles up, and his lower jaw actually opens, and you can see a series of sharp monomolecular edged teeth under there. Almost like not quite a bear trap, but in that kind of vibe. And all of them square and perfectly locking into each other. You just hear it just cuts right through. And a little bit of chewing, and the plate sort of closed back over his mouth. Oh, that is very good. Thank you. I appreciate that. A pleasure. I haven't been given any of your names. I've just been told to report to you specifically. And he points to you, Kuchitaka.
So yeah, get comfortable.
Right. He just crosses his legs and sort of sits down in a chair. His legs are digigrade, not unlike yours, Kushitaka. So it's a little bit easier for him. The hooves are kind of designed to be a little bit more modular, I guess, to be a little more human scale. So sitting in this chair is pretty easy for him, as the rest of the interior is pretty comfy at this point. Let's get some nice.
Can I roll the tackle hug into the floor?
But you could totally attempt that. Yes.
Cool. Is that a
that'd
endurance or?
I would say that'd be a combat roll. You're actually attacking him, so make a combat roll.
I would like to sit down and readjust my jelly body to fit comfortably in the chair. In whatever.
Pull the spandex up.
Yeah, just
fill it in.
Just fill it all in.
Total.
Oh, that hits him.
Might have to make myself a little taller.
I don't want to be the shortest.
Yeah, so your gelatinous form like slightly shifts, and it's like straightening your back for you. Only it's straightening your whole body. You gain like an extra half a foot to a foot, your choice, in terms of height as you sort of noodle yourself out. And Becky, you kind of just describe how you tackle this guy, because you do. Like, it's not a hard thing, but it's...
No, I just I'm walking up to his side because I've been focused on Kushitaka like him, and as he sits down, like right as he sits down, I immediately go in and tackle him to the ground.
Yeah, you sort of just get him around the waist, and he sort of falls on the ground. You devil, I told you I would get you next time, but no, now it's 2-1, and I'm not okay with that. And he just like shuffles himself up and gives you a quick hug. It's good to see you, Becky.
It's good to see you too.
So, I hear that we might have a way to save the colony. Maybe.
I don't know about that, but I mean, maybe. If my theory pans out, sure. But I wouldn't put money on it. We can only ever be so lucky. We're waiting on some results from some scans, and we'll be sending them your way immediately. I need you to tell us what you make of it. And then I explain the circumstances to everybody who's here.
Well, that is strange. And he just sort of looks at the pictures. Now, it's definitely cobalt in there. There's a very specific spectrum to its light refraction, so I would love to get a closer look at that. Would you be willing to take me out there tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going back out there anyway, so you might as well tag along.
Happily. I could definitely use some additional help as well, so I wouldn't mind anyone else being there. Then he just sort of looks around.
Yeah, I'm coming to make sure you don't break my friend as well.
Well, that's rude. I wouldn't get broken. You know I'm built better than that. Well, now
I
you're
don't
just...
know what he's done with my bike, so I can't be sure.
I did see a bike out front. It seemed fine. The snazzy black color scheme. Do we get them in black now?
No.
We
You
both
don't.
just say no at the same time. No.
He just sort of like, oh, just slowly inclines his head downward. Well, I suppose I can at least give you a little quick about me. So my name is Gallant, Gallant035 if you need. You can look me up anywhere you'd like. I graduated at least top of my class, and I studied primarily in biology and xenobiology, specifically concerning humans and Anazali, as well as also plant life. So if you need a xenobotanist, I'm your person. I did minor in geology, though, so I believe that's what you need me for.
Yep.
And other than that, that's what I do. So
I feel like we're going to need an archaeologist on this as well, specializing in Anazali.
I mean, did you share with us what Arctos said about the energy signature, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
The only thing I didn't share with you guys is my little side gig going on with Darrell.
Yeah, so I'd probably the side gig.
The kickbacks.
But I'd probably recognize that, and I'd probably be able to help that in that case.
All right. Well, excellent then. I am not going to lie. I'm a little bushed. It's been a bit of a day. I was in the middle of doing a little bit of analysis of a couple of my plants that I was growing in the garden section. But apparently, I guess I'm working with you all now. So I'm going to go and get an early night, get a solid recharge in, and do a little research before I wake. I bid you all a lovely evening. And he stands up and offers a hand to shake to anyone who would take it.
Oh, and I just go in for the hug.
No, you would just like Yeah. Again, just hug you back. Like your relationship with him is much closer than most, so like that's fine. You've hung out with him since the beginning.
I touch my half-chewed burrito to his.
the dink. He does the burrito dink back. He gets it.
I will shake his hand and say, look forward to working with you. Now it's time for my bath. And then I'll turn around and just leave. I won't even wait for a response. I'll just turn around and just go up.
Just slurp.
Just go. Just do my little jelly walk over to the baths.
Perfect. So I feel like this is a great time for us to move forward into the morning, if everyone is okay with that. Does anyone have anything they want to do particularly before they went to sleep, or discreetly on their own? I always want to give people the opportunity to do that kind of thing.
No, I just know
a nice bath.
You go ahead.
Right.
That's all I do is just give myself a bath.
Okay. That's fair. I know Oraname got a soak, so that's very fair. It is passable. It's, comfortable, but you're still in like the equivalent of a YMCA bathroom. So
yes,
wear slippers or wear put a liner on the tub. Obviously,
I definitely would do that. My character would definitely do that.
I imagine that they would have like cellophane wrappers that they like put out over the tub, like we have for bathrooms.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like,
or like when you go get your nails did, and then you get a pedicure, they got that little lining in there. Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Basically.
They also use usually like pulses of radiation and light to scrub the tubs afterward. So it's really thorough. When they say, please stand back, we're cleaning the tub. Like, they mean, please stand back, we're irradiating the fucking tub.
Yes.
So.
That's all I do. After that, I go to sleep.
Yeah, that's fair. Anything from you, Kushitaka, or is that it?
I was just going to note that my burrito has like little bitty bites. Like it's a bunch of little bitty bites because I'm a bird. So therefore I eat like a bird.
That's hella fair. And I should say, Becky, do you have anything that happens?
I would probably talk to Calcifer about my day. Do we still have him here?
Oh, yes. Calcifer is 100% online 24/7. So your little AI companion is ever present and almost always available at any point in the day. So if you ever want to talk, the little glowing orange hologram of a fire in a little geometric shape appears, little glowing yellow eyes, and it talks with you about your day. It's very much, it's not quite chatbot levels, it's more intelligent than that, but it definitely, you get the feeling like, it's doing this for your mental health. Like, this is a mental health protocol that I'm currently running to help you out. But it's it's a lovely way to close your day.
And that's when the fucking bird said, "Whose bike?"
I was just gonna say, I don't care what they say. It's my bike. It's my bike.
I understand why you feel that way. This must be extremely distressing for you, and I completely empathize with your perspective. But don't forget to consider other viewpoints. You don't want to become mentally entrenched after all. Ding. Like, always like a little emote afterward of like varying faces, like a raised eyebrow. Yeah, pretty much. It's holographic everywhere Baymax. So as the evening comes to a close and the night wanes on, everyone gets their sleep and the planet gently rests. I'm going to say, make me... No. I think this is the moment. So you all would actually, at the same time, get an alert on your wrist links. All of them would just ping, just your like a beep, kind of, not like a full-on alert, but a all points bulletin, which is unscheduled landing at the slab. Please be advised, we are assessing security risk.
I mean, I'd enlarge that and just immediately like, okay, so source.
Right-click properties.
Who sent this? Fucking... Is this spam? Is this another one of those click ads where I click this and it gets my PrismNet address?
Threat level increased. You're missing out on sales.
Yeah.
I'm missing out on sale.
Yeah. Increase your size. Every Oraname has problems, and you might too. So like, as you click on this and you try to find out more information, the All Points Bulletin is a basic security bulletin. It actually comes through on Calcifer's channel. He's the one who delivers this to you. So his icon appears, and next to it, you can see this All Points Bulletin. And the little icon that is his face is kind of giving like a wide-eyed sort of like, please pay attention kind of like dance as it's doing this. If you were to click on and expand it, you would see that the landing it hasn't happened yet, but they are tracking it orbitally descending. Coming in from orbit is a long process. Even in Legacy, it takes many minutes because you can only go so fast before you hit this terrible little thing called max Q, which is maximum pressure quotient. After a certain point, if you go too fast, air pressure will literally crush you like a can. So you need to go slow enough so that the air pressure decreases gently and the aerodynamics of whatever you're in takes over. Otherwise, you come in too fast, you hit the wrong angle, and it's like belly flopping in the water versus going in jackknife and cutting through it. The higher you go, the harder the landing. You do it from like 20 feet up, you get a good YouTube clip. Do it from 50 to 100 feet up, and you get a hospital trip if you're not going to the morgue. So, same thing here. Imagine doing that at multiples of the speed of sound. And so, in this instance, they're tracking this thing orbitally coming in, and they're projecting it's going to land at the slab. It is, so far, unregistered, which is weird, because most ships in Legacy have an IFF tag, which is an identify friend or foe, which they'll usually fly regarding either whether they're, whatever nation state they're from, whatever settlement they're from, whether they're Frontier Corporation, Union, local, like PMC, whatever. This is flagging nothing. Like, they've disabled their IFF. By the way, Kushitaka is, illegal. That is.
Yeah, I was about to ask. That sounds like something that is against the Geneva Conventions in space.
Absolutely, yeah. You've taken the flags off your ship. That is not good. You are not allowed to do that. The only excuse for that is because it is a technical system. It's possible. It's very frequently done by pirates and marauders and that kind of thing. But also, it can happen where it's a technical glitch. It is a piece of machinery, and it can fail. And if that's the case, usually they'll turn on a comms beacon. This craft is coming in quickly. So they're trying to assess whether this is a crashing, or if this is a controlled landing, or if this is something more foul. So,
can I try a pen test? Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, you first.
Okay. Can I tell from scans whether or not there's structural damage?
Make me an engineering roll.
All right.
Because, you very quickly have access to the telescope that's on this site. There's at least, this settlement, like most settlements in the frontier, are designed to be relatively self-sufficient, even if they're part of a bigger planet. And they do have telescopes for tracking local traffic, and it will be considered stellar traffic across the system. And your roll is hey, look at that. It's 9. That's pretty solid, actually. And don't forget your wild die as well.
That's just 9.
Okay, that's fair. Oh, you just chose the 9? You just chose to use the 9?
No. It was 9 because with my modifier +5 for engineering.
Right, but also don't forget you get to roll a d6 and you choose which of the two you use. It's a component.
That's what I did earlier.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do that for all your rolls. So just to make sure. So okay, that's a 9. That's enough to say there is damage on the ship, very clearly. It's visible. It's not just. It looks like it might even be structural. From what you can tell, it isn't extreme, but it could be some kind of explosion. It appears to be some sort of structural failure of the hull. Not enough to cause the ship to disintegrate on re-entry. Thankfully, the ship's energy shields are intact, so it's taking most of the heat. But it'll make it a problem when they land.
Then I'll report that to my superiors ASAP.
Okay. Yeah, you would immediately see a little flag right below it, boop. And right underneath it would be Becky Booker, engineer, this sector, Camp Geraldo. And right below would be warning, structural failure in this location, appears to be explosive, possible failure, critical ship systems, be alert, probably crash landing. You do your quick extrapolation and just post that up there.
Can I try a pen test?
Say that again?
Can I try a pen test? I want to try to hack it.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure, by all means. I wasn't familiar with that.
Sorry, pen test, like a penetration test.
I figured what you meant. Yes, you can try to penetrate their systems. Sure. So yeah, make me a hacking roll. Good news, you can actually use the. You need to make me 2 hacking rolls. The first one is a hacking roll to infiltrate the systems of the settlement, and because what you're going to be using is the telescope to hack. Because at this range, you're way out of your wrist links range, out of your hacking modules range. But using the telescope and the IR beam that it sends out, you could potentially use that to hack the computers.
Okay.
So,
I have no problem with the settlement knowing that I'm hacking them, so I'm just going to use the most blunt force tool to get through that one.
that's fair.
And then I will probably try to secretly hack into the falling starship.
That's fair.
Okay, so intelligence.
That would be you would have a hacking roll, so it would be
Oh, it's not
intellect.
intelligence.
Yeah, so it would be intellect plus your hacking mod. So, yeah. And don't forget to roll the d6 luck die as well.
Hacking mod for my thing is plus D10 for using subversion software. My firmware bonus is a D8. And then my hacking bonus modifier, I'm going to assume espionage comes into play here.
I thought that was separate.
And then hacking plus 3. Okay, and I'm going to copy this so I don't have to type out that huge string of stuff each time. I'm going to put my luck die at the end.
Okay, sounds good. Because that
Holy unbelievable fuck. That's crazy.
That is phenomenally bad.
What are
Holy
the odds?
shit.
What are the odds?
Actually, incredibly low. I'm actually curious now because that's.
Is a 1 an automatic failure? Because if a 1 isn't an automatic failure, that's still an 8.
That's 1 in 7,200. You got a 1 in 7,200 roll right there, buddy, and that is me doing quick back of the hand math, like back of the napkin math, and it's probably underball. It's probably lowballing it. I'm probably missing
that tracks.
something.
I got a max roll earlier. I guess that tracks.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
story, like you said.
Math magic, folks, also known as a calculator. Remember, when you're an engineer, don't trust people's lives to your fucking math. Use a calculator.
So that's still an 8. Assuming a 1 isn't an automatic failure, that's still an 8.
No, this isn't. This isn't a lot of other systems. Although I usually do have to take note when you roll a 1 on a skill check. When you roll that many 1s, I very much have to take note.
That's fair.
So I'm just gonna make a roll for Calcifer very quickly. And he also has a +5 systems mod. So yeah. When you try to hack in, I'm going to say what ends up happening is you kind of like your entry into the system. You're like, oh, this should be easy. It's some frontier colony, and you start hacking into it with your hacking module. And as you do, you then have Calcifer intrude and intersperse between you and that code. Like suddenly the whole system locks into a firewall. And you just get an alert, please don't hack public property. It's dangerous and might cause system failures. And then like this little like alert would go on for like a half second until eventually you'd see like it would immediately rescind itself, and then you'd see Calcifer's icon. Apologies, Operative Kushitaka. I didn't realize that was you. Please, by all means, proceed. And like so as he sort of like waves all the security alerts. And lets you go about. I'm going to impose a -D6 penalty on your next roll, as it's just a baseline, like because of how much you made the entire system rebel when this happened.
That is fair. Okay, +D6 -D6.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's an 11.
That's
oh my god,
solid, yeah.
That's fucking silly, dude. What are my rolls right now?
They're all over the place, up and down and up and down. You know what? That's pretty. Let's see. Well, let's check out and see what we got. So we're looking at a processor roll about. I think it'd be a D10 for that chip.
Yep.
Yeah, you get through it, no problem. Even with mods, it's not a big deal. So using you managed to hack your way into the telescope, and you haven't used a telescope like this before. Kind of weird, honestly. But you know what? You use what you can. And the IR beam on this thing can be received by the ship's sensors to get telemetry and all that. And even if they're not broadcasting, they're likely receiving. And when you do make a connection and you get a broadcast ping back from that connection, you're in the ship's systems. From what you can see, the ship is actively crashing. The ship appears to have had a major breach of some kind. According to the ship's log, in the past, I want to say, hour, there was some sort of structural failure reported as an explosion recorded in the aft of the ship, closer towards where the ship's deceleration engines are, and it appears to be the perfect strike to just disable the ship. It is showing that it is leaking atmosphere. There are living people on board. That, from what they can tell, no one was killed in the explosion, but it is flagging that descent is rapidly accelerating. They will not be able to arrest momentum. They will crash land. The ship is attempting to land near a settlement, but not at it. So it is basically, by looking at all this, we are able to discern is that it looked like it was landing at the slab because it's using the slab's beacon to detect where it can land near settlement and not on it. So it's heading towards you and it's going to veer off within a half a kilometer click, or within like a half a kilometer of where you are. And hopefully, yeah, basically. Like the trick is either it's going to know where a settlement is and intentionally aim to miss it, or it's going to just fall, land wherever gravity takes it, and it just has to hope that wherever it is not going to be settled or have people out there. So it's basically trying to find a safe landing zone close enough to get help for its crew, but far enough away where if it were to crash land, it's not going to cause any major damage. But it's really damaged, so who knows?
At least it's not necromorphs.
So far, from what you can tell, there's no necromorphs on it.
I mean, can I get like live video feed?
The role you have, no.
Okay.
I'm going to say that the only like camera feeds you can get back, the only camera feed it seems to be sending is a live camera feed of the damage. And make me an awareness roll. I'll give you that much. Right. Suddenly Necrons. 8. Yeah, no, it looks like an explosion. That's really all you can assess from it. Some kind of explosion came from the inside of the ship. You can't really see the origin point. You can see the section that it's showing, though. The camera's clearly badly damaged because it's sending back very grainy, glitchy footage. But what you can tell is that it appears to be seriously damaged. There's a hole so big that even from the cameras, like on the outer wall perspective, you can see out of the ship. And this hole's about like almost 7 foot in diameter.
Ooh.
You can actually see the glowing orange licking off the energy shields on the outside as it's trying to keep its descent stable.
How did it get here?
You're not able to access that through the ship's files with your roll. It wasn't high enough. If you rolled higher, then maybe you could. Or if you take another attempt, you can. But you will have only one more attempt before it crashes at this rate. It is coming in hot. We're talking 750 miles an hour, at least. Well above safe landing speed.
I'm going to make sure the people closest to me are, like, prepared.
Okay. So I'm assuming at this point you've all left the hab and you're all, like, running towards the slab or going to wherever it is you want to observe.
Yeah.
So tell me what you're all doing.
Exactly that. Going toward the slab. I think I will probably send Yule and Arctos. I'm pretty sure we have like a group chat because we're besties like that. And probably hit up the group chat like crash landing en route. Be prepared. And then as we're going towards the slab, I kind of have this deep rooted, like I let out this deep sigh with my gills all, because I'm just like, if this thing lands, that's going to be so much work. So I'm just thinking about all the potential work that's going to come if this thing crashes into one of our buildings.
Yeah, no, it's very accurate. The paperwork would be astronomical even if no one's hurt. And Yeah, the second you send those messages, you would immediately see from Arctos and Yule, we're observing, I'm aware, like, just very quickly, like, beep, beep. They're clearly both working.
I don't respond. I just keep walking.
Yep.
I'm looking for people who are like frozen or stupidly exposed.
Okay, that's fair. So you're just trying to get people inside shelter?
Yeah.
The safest place for where they are is probably under the slab. It's a giant concrete steel platform designed to withstand impact. If anything's going to survive a ship crashing into it, it's the slab. So,
Nuclear fallout shelter.
Yeah, pretty much. It's actually like the underside of the slab. The buildings are actually built into the hillside under it and go underground. So it is literally a fallout shelter.
I want to try to hack the thingy again.
Okay, that's fair. Where are you hacking it from? Are you actually hacking it from the telescope, or are you hacking it from your hab?
What's the most juice I can get?
You would be doing it directly there. Because what you did before, you had to go through the settlement systems, basically. And that's why you were having so much feedback issues. Basically, you were telling the whole of the settlement to, please let me hack you. And every time you were going through one step, it was like, hey, we're noticing you're hacking us. Please fucking stop. And you're like, no, I know. Like, literally, that's 80% of your computing power was wasted on that.
I was probably like hands-free hacking on the way to the telescope, given that my character knows how technology works better than Derek, the person, does. So
absolutely, that's perfectly fair. You could do that while flying around easily.
Yeah, and then when I arrive, I will try again with more juice.
So now
assuming I'm still got that negative D6.
No, it's gone now.
Cool.
You have taken steps to intentionally evade that. So now it's just a straight hacking roll. There's no 2 steps. It's just the 1. So roll hacking.
Boop. That's a 20.
That is
it's a
significantly
16,
better.
Actually, because the last
16. Oh, that's fair. Still, that's better. That's better by a leap. So, as you're doing your scanning, you now have more thorough access to their systems. What do you want to know?
Where are they originally from, and what was their mission? And then immediately after that, like what went wrong, how they came into the system without showing up anywhere.
Okay, where they're from what you can tell, it appears to be some backwater system, couple space folds away. You're not really sure exactly where, because it's just giving you broad IR data or broad IFF data from that location, which basically tells me and you that it would be from multiple places. That this is a piece of machinery that's owned by a group that has multiple star systems that they either operate out of or through. Not uncommon, much like we have international companies in our world.
Shit.
There's interstellar companies across space.
Wayland Yutani flood situation going on here. Is that what you're telling me?
That's one way to read into it. At the very moment, from what you can definitely tell, is that this thing is definitely owned by an interstellar organization. Even if it's just from 2 stars, it's far enough apart where that can give you a really broad, like, dragnet. The second is that the name of the company appears to be Amber Cross PMC, which is
a military corporation.
Yes, absolutely. That would be the name that shows up. It doesn't have much data on them. It's just like that's the owner. It just says, Amber Cross PMC Industries, and that's it. And then finally, you would see that where they came from for this particular ship, they came apparently from a carrier craft. This isn't uncommon. Smaller ships like this lander, don't have spacefold drives on them, so they can't make FTL leaps on their own. So they get on the backs of bigger ships and ride. From what you can tell, they came here via a commercial spacefold. So probably one of the many different craft that traverse across this area that bring other ships by. They just bummed a ride on a Greyhound bus.
So you're telling me one of 2 things here. Either there's another motherfucker out there that we don't know of, because they would be registered on that ship, and that ship would be registered within the system's log.
Yep.
Or these bitches been floating in space for a very long time?
Very unlikely. It's more like
Okay.
So when I say a carrier ship,
I mean, that sounds like an escape to me.
It's possible. Like, the way I like to describe it is it's literally like being tugboat. So they have listed a commercially accessible very well-known moving company, like shipping company, and they do frequent orbits across this sector. Literally space folding into a location, going, okay, everybody who wants to drop off, everyone who wants to jump on, jump on. We're going to space fold away to this next location, and they literally just make their circuit. And as opposed to taking literally centuries to get from place to place, because you can't, like, the distance between stars in this setting, the only way you can get FTL successfully is to space fold. It's just too far.
Okay, so it did come in on a ship that is logged within the systems.
It did, but like
okay.
when it comes back, it's like saying, "Hey, where do you come from?" And they just show like a Greyhound bus pass.
Got it.
Like
okay,
it's
I
that generic. Yeah, they might as well say U-Haul on it. Like that's how ubiquitous this company is.
Well,
in
that's
fact, you probably arrived on the ship you showed up on, the Falstaffian, is under that company.
These motherfuckers.
I like it.
Who are these people?
Yeah. The only thing that seems to identify specifically to this ship is Amber Cross. That's the only thing you can get.
Do I know anything about them?
Make me a research roll. And
shit,
I will say, as you're making that research roll, the ship is coming in quickly for a landing. I'm going to make a roll on behalf of the ship. We'll see how it goes. So,
you probably don't need to roll. I got a 2.
You're good, buddy. So this first one's the actual roll. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, buddy. Don't forget, you guys also have Motes of Legacy. You can use those to reroll rolls.
I do not have a very good likelihood of finding it out. I have no modifier to that.
That is very fair. Okay. That's the ship's initial roll, and this is the modifier for being so badly damaged. That's terrible. So it isn't totally ass because it's not a 1, and that would be what it would have been, a critical failure and then really like a bad modifier. This is a bad modifier and a bad roll. So the ship manages to come in close to the colony, and from where you are at the slab, Becky, and I would say even you too, Amaya, you're also close enough to the slab to see this. And Kushitaka, where you are, the telescope that they use to observe local orbital traffic is close enough to the slab to be like within walking distance. So you can see this pretty closely too. This ship comes in, this burning fireball, going way the fuck too fast. Most ships at this point should not be going, like, most ships at this point should be nice and cool, maybe a little bit of like orange glowing from re-entry, but they're slowly arresting, coming in at like maybe 10, 20, 30 at most miles per hour. 750 miles an hour, this ship comes screaming down, and you hear a distant pop as the shockwave from going at Mach and dropping out of it from atmospheric pressure hits the colony first, and then the ship passes by with this roar, skims over the slab, and goes crashing over the buildings and into the back of the hillside nearby with a colossal kaboom.
Jesus.
Damn.
You see the thing trench itself into the hill. And as it does, steel at those speeds versus stone both become very malleable. The entire front of the ship seems to disintegrate into the side of the mountain. And it digs a glass trench into the stone. Though most of the ship is still intact, but the entire flight cabin area is not visible, either buried underground or just reduced to like so much shattered tin.
That's it. I'm mobilizing people in the security. If there are people like with me underneath the slab, people of security and the medical personnel, we need to immediately go in.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fair. The second that this thing lands, you would all like on your wrist link see ding 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 touchdown. And it would immediately indicate the location of where it landed. No, it's not dancing while it's doing this.
Oh no!
Touchdown.
You know what, Calcifer, we talked about this.
Yeah.
Touchdown. Casualties expected 1,500.
So Becky, you're running towards the site with. You don't really have anyone nearby who can immediately help you with this. The security personnel are currently busy, like trying to secure the slab, and they're getting ready to launch some people over there. But if you want to get there now, you would need to go ahead of the security team.
I will also go.
Okay. Kushitaka, what about you?
Yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna probably investigate because I don't think that it's likely anybody else knows exactly who these people are. Nobody for sure knows what it is that they were transporting, so I'm definitely
Okay.
gonna tag along. Plus, I want to get a look at the black box and see where this place.
The black box.
Just check out the black
Yeah,
box.
all of them have to have a black box, right? It's regulation.
Right, but it's like Quentin
Yeah, no.
Tarantino with the case.
Yeah. I don't know what's in it, but whatever it is, it's important enough for half the cast to die.
No,
yeah,
black
no.
box is like a flight recorder.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I know.
And that actually is a thing. Yes. Absolutely. Aviation and interstellar travel have not backslid so much that they don't have fucking black boxes and ships. So as you all are running towards this, I think this is the perfect moment to say, hey, does anyone need a bio break? Because we can go for
Yeah,
an
I
hour.
could use one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Coffee.
let's take it.
All right. Don't go anywhere, folks. Before we go, just in case you forgot, you can get yourself 10% off of a custom dice case over at DMDM Studios. A DMDM Studios custom dice case over at ko-fi.com/the shady sale. Sorry, I was going to say it backwards for some reason. They are beautiful. They absorb light, and they can be used to raise the dead enemies that you have slain to create more dead enemies in a self-perpetuating cycle of violence and necromancy. Love you guys. We will be right back with more Legacy. back, folks. Welcome back. Thank you so much for patiently waiting. I surely do appreciate it. Omni, what's happening?
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for your patience. And yeah, okay, so you're all heading towards the recent crash of basically just that horrible, like terrible smash down. Let's just put a little bit of some high tension music as we swap you guys closer towards the wreckage. It
On my bike.
was yeah, as you're like on your bike, we're just racing towards it at full speed. You can see the various colonists of Camp Geraldo are kind of all like they're still like locked down, but you can see a number of security personnel going through the rest of the settlement, just making sure like no debris that came off the ship did any major damage or anything. It's again a major crash. This thing came in 750 miles an hour, multiple tons of steel from orbit. That's a lot of damage potentially, and so they're just making sure that everything's going to be okay. So as you approach this location, you can see very quickly the sheer forces involved on a planetary landing and why it's so important that you do it right. Because as you get close, the trench at this point, several hundred meters long. This thing took a nosedive into the side of the mountain and just along it, like dragging a pencil through the earth, and left this. At the point of initial impact, there's a glass crater that in midair, the molten like earth froze in like stalactites, like rain, like icicles. And as it goes in further and further, the heat dissipates and becomes less and less molten, more like a dirty kind of brown glass, and then eventually crunchy glass, then eventually just dirt. And even then, it's still very hot. Just an easy, like, you don't even need to do an IR scan. Walking by it, the soil is hundreds of degrees. And you can see steam rising off it, grass, like pockets of grass nearby, currently burning. Yes, go ahead.
Can I use my rig to pile on fresh dirt to like
Yeah,
clear a path a bit?
there is still like a path to it, so it's not
Okay.
that bad. Like it literally dug a trench right walking up to it. Again, this is the side of the mountain, and now there's like this nice trench you can just walk along in its wake. After
I thought that was still burning.
it's hot, but it's traversable. Again, you're wearing atmosphere. And I will remind you guys, atmosphere is a spacesuit. And spacesuits are designed to survive everything from incredibly hot planets to incredibly cold planets. This would be considered a safe zone for you to walk.
Let me ask you this. So as established, I'm on my bike, right? And I have been told that Becky is like a nuclear engineer capable of literally saving the colony a couple of days ago.
Particle physics engineer, but yes.
So do I see Becky?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I assume you all, if you all want to see each other as you approach, by all means. I'll leave that up to you whether you're flagging each other down or not. You're the only 3 people immediately running towards this site, besides a couple of fire drones that you can see racing towards there. They're making sure the settlement's open.
I bet I could fit us all on the bike.
I mean, it's definitely designed to be like, you could ride it tandem. 3 people, maybe not as much, but also
probably just use my rig.
Well, you can't fly.
No, but like.
But that said, also, Derek, you have wings, so like
I'll give them the bike and I'll fly.
Yeah, exactly. The 3 of you can all easily fly it. So, all right.
I will let Becky sit in the front, and I'll sit behind her and just kind of put my jelly arms around her midsection. Hold on, because I feel like you would have more experience with this contraption.
Yeah.
Than I would. So
I would thank Kushitaka though, like immediately, just upon seeing it, like I would recognize the gesture and be like, "Thank you."
Just like nod, like, come on, the people might need help.
Yeah.
So.
Just going.
Yeah, just soft whoosh as you all are approaching. So, when you get there, you can see the ship crashed into the side of the mountain. It is still smoldering in places. It's torn up the earth. Thankfully, where it is, there's no settlements. But they really threaded the needle on this. Like, whoever designed the telemetry on this ship, the scanners on this ship, the very simple emergency pilot feature, man, they deserve a raise, because this thing literally landed on a section of the mountain between two levels of the settlement. If it had went about 50 feet a little more to the north or 50 feet to the south, it would have careened into buildings. So it put it right where it wanted to go. So what are you all doing? What's your approach? So you see this largely blackened steel ship. To describe it, it almost looks a little bit like a Pelican from Halo, but much more upscaled, like the size of 2 Greyhound buses back to back in terms of like length.
I assume we're all looking for a point of entry.
Okay. Yeah. What did you say, Derek? Oh, it's okay. Okay, so you're scanning for life signs. Becky, you're looking for a point of entry. And Amaya, are you doing anything particular, or you still just sort of taking it in?
I would say I'd probably be taking it in, kind of just assessing the immediate surroundings.
Okay. So, Becky, you're going to be making me I'd say, Becky, you're making me an awareness roll. Kushitaka, you are making me also an awareness roll. I would say +1 to you, Kushitaka, for your equipment, allowing you to like scan the ship systems. And Becky, also a +1 for your respective equipment.
Oh, well, I already rolled the highest.
Plus
my modifier.
So you keep rolling because it's an exploding dice system.
Okay.
So and don't forget to roll your d6 as well, because it is a compound roll. So you choose whichever of the two you want, and the d6 might explode. Okay, so that's okay. So you're definitely going to go with the d12. You're definitely going to go with the d12 then.
Yes.
Yeah, the d10. Yeah. 13 and a 5. Okay, so as you're scanning for life signs, Kushitaka, from what you can tell, when you're just the quick scan, this thing is still utterly searingly hot, and it's throwing off a bunch of infrared noise. So the thing your systems would usually use to scan would be infrared or various other electromagnetic scans, and this thing is just glowing so hot you can't penetrate it. Not to mention also, it's a ship. It's still mostly intact, so the interior is somewhat closed off from you. It isn't a bad idea, and normally you'd be like, oh, I'll use the ship systems to detect it, but the ship systems are dead. It is not responding whatsoever. That might have literally been the ship's last gasp of life before it crashed.
Telemetry.
Yeah, basically. You can give it a shot if you want, but it's dead. It's not broadcasting at all. It's just gone.
Okay.
Like the whole thing is powered down, which you know it isn't, because the engines are still sputtering, but its core systems are likely destroyed. Considering they were all in the cockpit at the front, which took a lovely nosedive into the mountain, that's probably why.
Just before we move on past me real quick, can I shut down the engine so they don't explode on us?
Right?
Make a hacking roll. Yes, make a hacking roll. Let's see.
19.
Dang.
That's
Well, actually, that's
yeah.
a luck roll explosion, so I'll roll a d6 again, and it might get above.
Please do.
It's going to be a 19 no matter what.
It's a 9 either way. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's still significant. So, yeah, no, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I just shut down the engines unceremoniously. We can move on.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no. Thankfully, the engines at this point, even if the ship's core systems aren't working, there's enough of like the ship's local like data net or like small prism access where you can be like, oh, okay, the ship is basically just like screaming and dying. I'm just gonna gently ease it down, and the engines throttle down and shudder to a quiet stop. They're still glowing with heat, but at least they're not actively trying to vent propellant. So, Becky, as you scanned the ship, you were able to find that there is a large breach in the left side of the hull, on the back end of it. It's almost like as though if it's probably the same breach. It is in fact the same breach that you detected, Kushitaka. Like very quickly and easily spottable. It's like 14. It's like about a 14-foot diameter hole in the back side, molten in chunks where the heat of re-entry just melted pieces of the exposed metal away. It's apparently still venting. That there is apparently still atmosphere inside. It's equalized at this point. So, but it's big enough for people to enter in. There is also the way the ship landed, nose first, the back of it actually is showing that like there is a cargo door that could be lowered, so you could go in that way too if you could get it to open.
I would rather go the route that I don't have to open, the immediately already open route.
Okay. So if that's the case then, let me just pop this on over to the crash site.
Oh, fucking nice, dude. Holy shit. This is awesome.
Thank you. Yeah. It took a long time for me to find some of these assets. They're really fucking good.
Can I also flash my wrist link so that way, like, anyone in range can, like, I'm tagging it. Like, this is the area I'm going in.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's definitely... You two get a ping to see where Becky's going. I mean, Amaya, you could have watched Becky walk in that direction.
I'm gonna
Chuck, I don't know.
I'm gonna keep Overwatch and fly above like a vulture with a sniper rifle.
Okay.
I'll go in
At this
with
point-
Becky.
Okay. So the hole is about here on the ship. I'm going to ping this. I'm going to actually make that a little bit of a brighter color so you can actually see where I am. Here we go. So the hole is about here on the back of the ship. You all don't forget you can grab your character sheets, by the way, and put them there. Yeah.
This is kind of nitpicky, but just for chat, would you mind turning down the opacity of the grid just a smidge so that you can see the
of course.
beautiful picture a little bit more clearly?
Yeah, no problem. I did not create this, just to make this abundantly clear. I will give credit where credit is due. I just need to get the specifics. There you go. How's that? A little better?
Perfect, thank you.
My pleasure. The settings on Roll20 are pretty high usually. So, all right. So you guys can drag your tokens from your character sheets on right there. You should be able to see give your token, and then you have your character sheet. Just drag that. There you go. Perfect. And Maya, you should have the one right above, which is the Maya AA. You've dragged that onto the tabletop. You'll have control over the token. Just put it anywhere you'd like.
Wait, what? How do I do that?
Okay, so if you so you know the little 3 lines on the right hand side that gives you access to the chat box.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have the talkie bubbles. That's the chat. The one to the and then the right next to it, there'll be one that looks like a newspaper rolled up. That's your journal.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's a chat bubble.
It's just funny. You say things funnily sometimes.
Oh, thank you.
It's endearing.
It's too cute.
I take that as a compliment.
Yeah.
And you should have access to your. Oh, hold on.
To
That's
my
why.
PCs and then.
Yeah, PCs, and then you should have Amaya AA and Ahita. If you just drag that over, not the character sheet, but the piece there, and just take it by the middle, and just pull it, like click it and drag it onto the actual map.
I will try. I've never done this before.
Okay, it's no problem. It's literally a click and a drag, and it'll bring you over there. I might be able to do that for you. Hold on.
Yeah, because it's not.
There you go.
Oh, I did it. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now there's 2 of me.
I'll take care of the other one. There can be only one. All right, no worries. So, you two are currently entering into the ship, and Kuchitaka, you're on Overwatch over the top.
I'd say I'm like maybe. What's the range of my sniper rifle again?
Ridiculously long.
Okay, I'm like
sniper rifle.
40 meters up, I guess. Whatever. I'm within primary weapons range.
Yeah, that's fair. I think for you, your short range on the sniper rifle is. I'm actually just going to check it. It should be in the field armory, ranged arms. Yeah, for the Kestrel, that thing is a minimum range or a short range of 30 ticks, and each square on the battlefield is a tick. So, yeah. And that's when you're at +1. It has an out to 60 with no negative modifiers.
Yeah.
So
I'm like 2/3 of the way.
all right. Okay, that's fair. So, as you are hovering over there, the ship still seems to be just sputtering. There's not much in the way of life going on. And internally, we'll swap over to Becky and to Amaya. So, as you two clamber through the ship's hull, one, you'd be careful not to actually touch the molten hot metal. And the interior of it, there are no lights. Only the light spilling in from the outside. And immediately your helmets, which if you deploy them, which I don't know if you do or not, just flick their lights on. But feeling that even the collars of your atmosphere would have little lights inside them, just sort of flick on and illuminate in front of you. So which direction do you go in the ship's molten halls?
Can I tell roughly, based on the model of the ship, where like quarters would be versus like the dining hall versus?
Well, the size of the ship is like a shuttle, so it's more like a bus. It doesn't
Okay.
really have any like permanent structures.
Okay.
What this is just the access way towards what would be considered the crew module of the ship.
Then I'd start back to front.
Yeah, basically. Okay, that's fair. So yeah, for you, if you're looking at the map, like this area in the middle with the raised sections, that should be where the crew is. Where you are is like access corridors leading onto it, the access ramp of the shuttle. So make me awareness rolls, the two of you, and by all means,
right.
please feel free to role play as you would like, because you are in this slow, dingy, dim environment. The smell of molten metal and melted plastic fills the air.
I mean, that's why we have hoods, you know. Calcifer, send out a, let's see, would it be a rescue signal? Like, is there a specific, like, I'm here?
Oh, like
Do
a
you
beacon?
need assistance? Yeah.
There's not really anything like that. Like, the best thing you can do is just, like, announce yourself on the prism,
Okay.
but you're not sure how...
I mean, I'd just say call out in every language you know.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I'll make that awareness. Sorry.
That's fair. No, you're good. You'd hear a little ping from your wrist link as Calcifer confirms, and you'd hear, hello, hola, ¿cómo estás? Like, you just like start cycling through all the different languages. Just hello, 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 hi, hello, hello, in like every language.
Got a 6 for awareness.
Okay.
Dang!
Ooh, nice. That's solid. That's a 10.
Okay.
You're saving us. You're saving us, Maya.
So, as Becky, you're looking towards the, as you're looking through the corridors of the ship, and you're not used to dealing with this kind of thing. You are used to repairing ships that are in berths, seeing the aftermath of damaged craft, but rarely ever wrecks. You don't call an engineering team to repair a ship this badly damaged. You call a salvager to scrap it. And so, like, you never see this level of damage. You know the ship is utterly, truly dead, and she will never fly again. So you're a little distracted by just the spectacle of it. Amaya, you're new to this, but not so technically adept that you're getting lost in the detail. And as you're looking around, you notice what appears to be scorch marks and, like, almost a globe-style impression by where the breach is. And you can immediately think, like, oh, this is where the explosion happened. But as you're looking at it, there's nothing that exploded. Like, if there's an explosion, something had to cause it. But you don't see a cause of an explosion. You just see a crater there.
Mm-hmm.
Like a balloon popping and
Or like
expanding.
a black hole.
Well, that would suck it in, but like, yeah, the inverse, like a pressure bubble occurred here, which is weird. Likewise, also, as you look down the corridor, you can see that as Becky's sort of like looking over the damaged local area, further down, you can see a soft scintillating light. And that's probably some kind of confinement shield designed to keep out heat. There might be people still alive in the ship.
I would head there. Yeah.
Okay. So,
While
as
thinking,
you're-
like, what the hell happened here?
Right? Meanwhile, BB looks terrified. Like, she's super tense. You can tell that she's just like, I'm not a medic. I don't know what to do, but
yeah, you're kind of just paralyzed. It's a car crash,
Yeah.
right? You're rubbernecking. You're just inside the thing you're rubbernecking, but you are rubbernecking right now.
I love it that we just compliment each other so well. She's tense and I'm cool as a cucumber.
who the fuck crashed on my
Yeah,
bed?
be like, who the hell are these people?
So, Amaya, as you're walking forward and your gelatinous body is sort of like moving, are you moving quietly or are you moving like, are you trying to disguise your presence at all?
Oh no, I'm just walking up in there like, who the fuck? Who
Okay.
the fuck is here?
So you can hear like the soft clanking of metal plating beneath you. This thing is literally like it's a shuttle. It's not going to be lived on for very long, so the floors aren't carpeted. If there was any decking, it's been incinerated from the heat of reentry. And eventually, you get down to that wall of like slightly scintillating light, like it's barely visible. It's like a very dim, almost like fireflies dancing along a glass plate. And what do?
You can go first.
Oh, I was gonna let you go first.
Okay. All right. Then I will immediately call out, "Are you okay?" That's all I can think of.
And from inside the ship, you hear, "Okay." It sort of echoes through it, and goes back around the corridor and back towards you from behind.
That would make her freeze in place, like.
It's your voice. Very clearly, it's your voice. It's
okay,
just, it's not that something else repeated it. Okay. It's that echoed through the ship. It's big enough to have an echo.
I was like, what the hell?
I was like, no.
Now
no.
that does tell you something, though. And that wall of energy in front of you is not keeping up matter. It's only keeping out extremes of heat. It should be safe to pass through.
Okay.
Then I'll walk through it.
Yeah, I'll walk through it.
Yeah. You feel like this little, like, almost like a tingling static sensation along your body. Like, makes the hairs on your arms stand up and makes your jello slightly vibrate a little bit. But as you step through it on the other side, the interior of it is cool and comfortable, actually. And also not damaged at all in this part of the ship. The crew section appears to be completely fine. Even as you can like look further down the ship's corridor, and you can see Earth towards the very, very front of it, like where the ship plowed into the ground, and up by where the cockpit is, there's very little of that left. It's just like part of the mountain now. But before that, it's just durable as hell. Becky, make me an engineering roll, and Amaya, make me. I would say make me just a general awareness roll. Okay. So 5 to 5. Don't forget your d6s.
I did. That's what I did.
Okay.
The first one was a 4 with the d6.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. All right, so that's a 10.
Yeah.
That d10 exploded. So keep rolling.
Nice.
Do I just roll the 10 and not the plus 3? Or, okay.
Yeah, just roll the 10 and keep rolling the 10, then add the plus 3 after the 10 is done exploding. So it's 14 plus 3.
17?
Yes.
Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love how I get the lowest every time.
Oh, I don't think you can say that with what Derek's been rolling today. I'm sorry, but
I would in every one.
It's kind of bad. I'm sorry, pal.
Really quick send Kushitaka like a update, just kind of like I'd be like heat shield present, searching for survivors, whatever.
So both of you two rolled high enough to justify a little bit of knowledge.
Nice.
Becky, your engineering experience is vast, and you know what it looks like when a ship has been reinforced against a crash. And from what you can see from the interior, the walls have been reinforced with extra metal spars. No wonder the ship crashed so hard. Even if the ship had deceleration thrusters active, the ship is probably twice as heavy as it should be.
Isn't that Anazali design?
No. Okay. This looks distinctly human by design. The walls are welded on. Anazali literally build materials on just 3D printing them all the way through from start to finish without needing to assemble the old-fashioned way. They just literally craft the thing completed. This has been welded into place, and it's welded in almost crudely, effectively, but crudely, bolted into the superstructure of this ship. They built this ship to crash. Whereas for you, Amaya, from what you can tell, with your awareness roll as you look through it, the crew corridors are armored. And it appears as if they are sealed intentionally. And you can see a blinking light on a couple of them, indicating that they are being cycled and ready to open shortly.
I will, I guess, tell Becky or talk to Becky and say, this is not like a random crash. Like they meant to crash here, and then I'm gonna get my hand cannon ready and like start moving. I'm gonna tell Becky like we need to back up.
I mean,
And
I'm
try to,
gonna
like,
hold
hopefully
out my
just-
arm and be like, okay, it doesn't mean that they came here with, evil intentions.
But that doesn't mean that they didn't.
Yeah,
And I'm
but if
just
they
gonna
wake
go
up with a gun
straight-
in their place.
I'm gonna go straight into Oraname mode. Like I don't trust strangers. Stranger danger. My jelly is tingling, and we need my jelly's tingling. I need to back up and get ready. I'm gonna try to talk to them, but I'm ready just in case shit pops off.
You hear a sound as one of the nearby crew corridors opens, and you can see the entire wall lowers with a clang. And stepping out of it, you can see crew in gray uniforms, and the uniforms are all armored. They are wearing like military surplus gear, and at the head of them, a heavy, like clearly heavily armored trooper in a hard suit.
Putting up barrier.
Yeah. Okay. So are you? They have so far made no actions to hurt you yet, but they are stepping out. And if you're doing that, so you're using a barrier.
Yeah,
okay.
to at least put a wall between me and Amaya and them.
Okay. So
Let's see.
a winking light appears between the three of you, and then there's a little pop, and it expands into a series of glowing cyan hexagons as they all interlock and constantly shift and move as the barrier projects out of your hands and forward. As long as you're maintaining this barrier, you cannot use a hand weapon. It is your weapon. Okay. So you are currently suspending that under your own mech, under your upkeep. And Maya, you have your weapon properly drawn. I'm assuming you are informing Kushitaka about this.
Yes, I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna have it ready in my hand, but I'm gonna kind of have it. I'm not gonna have it pointed at them, but just kind of on my side, ready to if I need it. But I will send Kushitaka a message saying I'm just trying to be very direct. I know Amaya would be like straight to the point. Ship built to crash, no accident. Troops coming out. Period. And then I'll say something like not sure of intention, and then just it.
So, after a couple of seconds, the crew corridors begin to open again. And this time you can see the entire midsection of the ship begins to open and expand and open outwards onto the outer wall. And it's like the whole thing's unfolding from the inside out, like an origami box that's designed to open. And eventually you see a large contingent of troops appearing out of this thing as I grab these little icons here. And let's just handle a couple of these out here. And by a large contingent, I should say large for one of these craft.
Hi, Red.
There's a lot of dudes crammed in here. So, hey there.
Oh no, it's a lot of dudes.
It is. It's a great deal of dudes.
Mm.
And at the head of them, if I can get this thing to open it up, is one particular individual in a hard suit. I thought I had uploaded this, but I suppose I hadn't. Let's see, that'll be you. Ah, perfect. I can upload these two dorks. And that should be
Red
good.
just increased the
Yeah.
threat level.
Oh, hello there. Ah,
Kill.
perfect timing.
Not use peppers.
So,
Traitor.
kill. All right,
Good
well,
work
that's
for
the case
me.
then. Who am I to argue with that? That's a pretty clear request. So, at the head of them, you can see this armored hard suit stepping out. And this thing is a battle hard suit. It is designed for combat. It is human military technology, clearly bought on the aftermarket, but engineered like fucking hell. And then at the very front of the ship, larger than anything else, clawing its way out, you see a construct, a heavily armored weapon of war, push its way out, muscling its way to maximum size as these things slowly emerge. And I will show you some pictures very quickly of what these look like, because I should have a couple of them here. Yeah. But as they do this, the soldier in the hard suit, as the ship is opened up now to open air, Amaya and Becky, you're going to need to get out of the ship because the wall's opening. They're going to close on you if you don't get out. It's a little bit of an Indiana Jones thing. So you might want to run. I'm going to give you one free turn of movement to get clear. You should have it because you just need to get back where you were.
Okay.
So I'll let you get out because you had more than enough time.
I run, but I'm keeping the shield with us.
Okay.
The barrier.
Yeah. All right, that's fair. So the barrier's flowing behind you. You can get out to here easily. Okay.
As I'm running, I'm gonna shoot Kushitaka a message saying combat troopers. So I'm gonna say.
And at this point
yes.
You're gonna get a message back that says hell yes.
Almost like a second after you heard that, you can see the exterior of the ship opening up now, unfolding like a flower. And so eventually, yeah. And clambering out, you see these troops wearing combat fatigues and metal helmets. And
can I shoot them a message? The enemies, like a general open message, open call?
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing's stopping you. Go ahead.
Okay, because I'm not hacking or anything. Just putting up like an open identify.
Yeah, you can just speak. They're close enough. You know, this is the far future, but everyone does still talk. So you can just like speak voices if you want. Yes.
Hello. Name.
Hello.
All right. Let me just make sure I can do this. So, oh boy, this is going to be interesting.
Oh no.
So, as you do that, the soldier in the hard suit slowly turns his polarized golden visor towards you. Well, hello there. You must be one of the locals. Pleasure to meet you. Sorry for my rather unpleasant entrance. I do apologize. I feel like I've rubbed my boots all over your carpet. Where are my manners? Gentlemen, by all means, step on out. Show your hands. Let's not make this more uncomfortable than it's already going to be. And he looks around the area, and you get the distinct feeling of like... it's a very interesting sensation having this guy look around. He slowly raises his hand, which is currently clutching what appears to be an SMG. But he's holding it in an off grip, so it's not pointed at you. My name is Elias Post. I'm commander of the Amber Cross. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I do apologize for my entry here. I realize it's a little unfortunate, but there's few ways to land on a planet this far out without proper landing facilities with a craft like ours. We're used to a runway, not a landing pad. You see our significant condition. Obviously, we're not going back up, so you don't mind if we make ourselves at home here, do you?
Depends on what you mean by home. Are you here on commission?
I'm always here on commission, little missy. And he's slowly stepping forward towards you all. I'll put it over here. He's underneath you right now. Kushitaka, just so you know.
Yeah, Kushitaka made a hacking roll.
You did.
When he says, yes, I'm always here on commission, I roll a 21 on hacking.
Yes, you do. Holy cannoli. Okay, well, this is where I get to add more to this then. Oh boy.
And I'll just keep them talking, I suppose.
Yes, we're just gonna keep them talking because I'm gonna be like,
yeah.
I'm gonna be like, that's far. I'm gonna say that's close enough. You can stop.
He holds up his hands, clearly willing to do so. So, oh boy.
Do you not have fatigues on your ship?
Arthur. Okay, so why would this thing? Sorry. This thing literally just deleted like all my typing there. Okay,
No.
there we go.
Control Z.
Yeah, clearly. Okay. That way
It said
you
there's
folks
too much
can
going
see
on. I
this.
can't take it.
Derek,
Yes.
I should say Kushitaka, as you are, as you're reaching out to hack this thing, you make contact with its systems, and you rolled a 20. I
1.
now roll opposed. 21. I roll opposed. So that'd be. Just let me make sure I get this right. There we go. This is going to be a T. Roll it out. Okay. What's the roll? 8. Not enough, obviously. You absolutely. What command were you using, if I might ask?
Well, first off, I'm trying to mouse my way in. I want to identify what's going on with this mech, what its capabilities are, and, I want to backtrace any information that I can without them knowing that I'm in their systems yet.
I mean, that's why we're here. We did it.
Your role is more than significant enough. As you use the mouse program and you unleash it through the prism, and you connect to this old MacArthur combat construct, these things immediately, once you get into the system, you can just see the whole thing is geared for combat. Clearly, this is a tank. This is a tank on legs, literally built like that. They are old as balls. These things are one of the oldest combat fighting vehicles in modern history. But there's a reason they keep making them. They fucking work. You gain quick access to its OS. And you can see inside the cockpit, there's a pilot who's through the camera in the dash. See him just licking their lips. And it's clearly a human from what you can tell. The interior of the cockpit is like a fighter pilot. It's all been customized out. You can see they even have like interior LEDs in red.
Oh, nice.
So
I'm prepare myself to rapidly I know it would take multiple turns, but just like mentally prepare myself to rapidly Geist and then begin Molotoving after I use his own guns to kill his men if they make a move that I don't like.
Okay, that's very fair. So, you would see that you'd see the pilot is so far like he's got a targeting reticle right now aimed at the settlement. It is not loaded yet, but it is aiming there. And you could even tell that just by looking at the thing, as its two turreted arms, the one with the autocannon is pointing towards the settlement. And at first just looks like, oh, it's just the way that it like stood up, but it's staying locked towards the slab from what you can see.
Can I ready an action with a proc? Like if something happens, if this, then that?
Yes, absolutely.
If
that would be considered a... Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, if he goes to fire, I'm going to Geist, and if that's a successful hack, I'm just going to rotate the cannon, like the entire mech's like torso downwards. Like, you know how like in a first-person shooter, when you watch your like nephew play, and they're like looking at the ground and like shooting into the ground. But I'm going to do that with his cannons. To like zero.
Okay, that's hella fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's perfectly fair. So what you're saying is if they try to fire, you're going to have the thing fire down, basically. Yeah. Like just drop and shoot. Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming there's explosive cannons that will have splash damage that will wreck the mech.
I can tell you right now, it does not. It does churn up the earth, but these things are armored against that kind of force. It's just direct damage.
Then I will have him aim at his homies instead, in their back, and they will not expect that.
That is very fair. Okay, so if you could easily do that. So we have that on as this will be a reaction for you. This is your one reaction for the turn. So if you go into initiative order, we'll have that be the first thing that occurs. Cool. Okay. So as Elias is just standing out, arms slowly outstretched, and then lowers them a little bit as you tell him to stop, Amaya. All right, no need to be inhospitable. I realize this will be a little traumatic for you all. Changes in management are very rarely pleasant. We're not here to cause you any harm. We're just here to come for what we have heard is in the grapevine, maybe up for grabs. That's it. Keeping it simple.
This is a lot for a maybe.
Well, I have it on good authority.
You described a change in management. But if that were true, I don't think you would have gone through all the dramatics of crashing your ship into our planet. You would have had actual, legit papers. We would have
No,
known you were coming.
I like how you're like legal, like legally this can't be true.
Yeah. Legally, you're full of shit.
I see. You missed my meaning. Let me be a little more specific with you.
He means to take over.
That would be the one, little missy, right there. We're not interested in owning the planet. Honestly, I don't even want your dirtball little settlement. I'm just here for something that I hear you might have stumbled across. So,
Maybe we could come to an agreement. You don't have to take over.
that'd be perfectly agreeable with me. I have zero intention of hurting anyone here. Frankly, makes my job more difficult. Though I will admit, you're going to want to get those settlers to turn that cannon away from me. And he points over his shoulder. And in the distance, you can see one of the arc cannons from the settlement, the large anti-orbital ones, has turned its attention towards this location and has been tracking it since it fell. It's just been idling, like locked onto this objective, onto this, landed thing. It's basic protocol. And he says, I would really prefer we not do that. Because if you do that, well, you'll wish those cannons were pointed skyward.
We could instead escort you further away. Because you're a little close for comfort.
That's great. I don't particularly negotiate well when I have heavy ordnance pointed at me. We're not moving anywhere till that cannon moves up.
I'm going to turn to Amaya and be like, do we have the authority?
I don't think authority is really the question. I think it's really, do we want to? As you can see, they're heavily armored, and while he is talking about it being something pointed at him, he also has something pointed at us. So I think I think if we remove it, or if we have, first of all, I don't even know if I have the authority to. I mean, I could always send the suggestion. It's kind of above my level, I would think. But
let's open up a communication to Arctos and Yulei.
That's true. I think I'm trying to decide about whether or not I want to remove something from a hostile.
You want to get rid of?
Well, he's basically like, we basically know why he's here. Like, if he says, "Well, there's something through the grapevine."
If that gun fires on us right now, we're all dead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The arc cannon. I'm going to take a brief second to describe arc cannon technology and how lovely it is. A weapon of Oraname design, arc cannons paint with an infrared laser a location, and then discharge an insane amount of electricity to that location, which travels along that ionized corridor. And then when it hits, disperses, chaining to anything that can conduct. And here's a fun little fact about conducting electricity. With enough wattage and voltage, anything conducts electricity. If that thing fires, it'll glass everything within a good 50, 60 meters. This thing is going to take out starships, not people on foot.
I'll be like, I would remove it, not because he wants to, but
because we don't want to die.
I don't want to be disintegrated. I don't want me and my friends to disintegrate right here. So I'm going to send Yulei and Arctos in our group chat. Let's say, I'm going to say, can you remove the arc cannon from this location? Currently negotiating with the crash site people, whatever.
I mean, you should say the leader of the Amber.
Yeah, say I'm speaking with the leader right now. I won't say negotiating. I'll just say speaking with the leader right now. Please remove the arc cannon.
You would get a ping back on your wrist link from Arctos, and it would just say, "Are you sure?"
I would say yes. Situation is being handled. And then that's it. I'll send that.
dot 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 dot. Like you can see like sending message for a second, and then
Left on red.
then you would just see Godspeed Oraname, period, and the cannon would and return to its resting position, not aiming at you guys, and the leader of this group just sort of, you can see, just shrugs and his posture relaxes a little bit. Now, isn't that better? I feel like I can breathe now. I got that kind of firepower aimed at me. Hey, Bob! And in the back, you can see the giant turreted, like the mech, the MacArthur, slowly inclines its metal body to look forward, and the little optic at the front, the camera, where you can see the glowing bright red eye on the dome, pivots to look in his direction. Over the last few years here, yeah, you can take the lock off the settlement now. They seem to be willing to play ball. Roger that. And in the background, you can see the cannon, and it locks upwards vertically. However, Yoshitaka, you're currently in the system with a high enough roll to know the cannon might not be locked on, but the micro missile pod on the left hand is absolutely still locking onto everything.
Oh,
It's a micro missile pod. It's basically a swarm missile launcher. So it doesn't need to choose targets. It just kind of chooses wherever.
Just gonna recalibrate that to put one on each of his little buddies.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, you can add them to the targeting roster, absolutely. So you're going to be making me one more hacking roll to do that. That's going to be a Geist roll.
Cool.
So roll that out.
Me over here tense as heck.
Yeah, to everyone else, the conversation's going on normally. This is all in Prism space.
That's a 34.
Roll that out. Oh, yep, nope, that's fair. You absolutely have control of his next action. He doesn't know it. He's, as far as from his perspective goes, he's got a target lock on. Well, you can see what he was trying to lock onto was both the slab, but because of the size of the micro missiles, he needed to put like 5 missiles into each one of the pillars of the slab, and then he had locked on to a number of the entrances towards it, as well as also one lock on all of you. And you just sort of keep that image on his screen while you make the computer actually retarget all his dudes. So let me just make sure I've got this right. How many shots you get? Okay, so it's lock on 5. So you can, like, without the barraged fire, which he was planning, you can make him lock on to any 5 dudes you want. So I'm assuming highlight which ones you would like me to hit, or just like the group.
How big
of
is the explosion of the micro missiles? I mean, they're big enough to.
These
take
are
out
micro
a slab.
missiles. They're actually they're just kinetic kill vehicles, so they don't have much of an explosion. They are individual target. So yeah, each one is just like a shot against a dude.
The 2 sniper. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, are these snipers?
They are wielding various military rifles of slightly different design, but they are all, as far as you can tell, I guess the proper term for this would be like simple DMRs. Like they're like the primitive one-shot rifles you frequently see across the frontier. So they're not really sniper rifles. They're just like standard DMRs.
Whatever their utility would be, I want to aim at whatever their combat utility would be. I'm assuming that the mech would have safety protocols that I would have to thus override for it to be able to target itself with these micro missiles. But I have the mech right where I want it, so I think I'm just gonna like target whatever would be their combat utility en masse to deny them anything other than either choosing fighting or fleeing.
Okay, that's fair. The biggest thing you would have right now would probably be, like, most of the troops inside appear to be lightly armed. These marksman rifles are largely designed for hunting, not people, but just generally speaking, they are frequently used by militia because a gun is a gun, and they're pretty accurate at range. So, you know, a crew of these guys can make a pretty good firing square. And that appears to be what they were selected for, which leaves only one other odd person out besides MacArthur, and that would be Elias, whose hard suit is absolutely the combat utility of the group. These things are designed to punch out mechs. So he's basically wearing Terminator armor.
I think it would be funny if I aimed all 5 of them at him.
Absolutely. So, yeah, no. You absolutely can. And you lock onto him, ding, 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 and I'm going to over here very quickly.
Oh, no.
Because I have the sheets all printed out here. Okay. He's all right. He's a dummy. Okay. And then We ball.
We ball.
Okay.
We
So-
rolling, they hating.
So, Elias, you can see as he's talking to you all, and he's just relaxing, and then you can see his posture slowly change. Hey, Bob. Yeah. You mind explaining to me before I kill you why you locked on to me?
Can I take this opportunity to kill him?
Yes, roll initiative.
Okay, roll initiative, you said?
Yes, everyone roll initiative. It should.
Ah!
A reminder, don't forget, I did send you all the Google Doc, which has the cheat sheet, and it does have initiative in there. But to make it simple for you all, initiative is a coordination attribute check or an awareness discipline roll. Your choice. So good luck.
Awareness.
Yep, roll it out.
Oh, fuck.
And we are going to go into combat.
Can I spend a mote to reroll initiative?
Yes,
or
you
to
absolutely
automatically take a
fucking
higher
can.
roll?
You
Okay.
absolutely fucking can.
I forgot. Is it a mote to take a higher initiative, or is it a mote to reroll on initiative?
It's both. You can do you in this one. You use a mote to reroll. You
Okay.
could use a mote to also give yourself a buff if you'd like.
Okay, I'm just
So-
gonna take the reroll.
Yeah,
You
So,
said
I'm
it's
gonna put
awareness or
this-
coordination?
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. My awareness is intellect.
Actually, you know what? No, for this one,
D10
we
plus
need the
3.
actual high collect. combat
What the
music.
fuck are you do? Splat.
Exactly right.
I like that. Bob, what you doing?
Okay, I got to
All right, so okay, so a 9. So all right,
Yep.
let me get out the.
Yeah.
Can I
Yeah.
see the? thank
Keep
you
them
very
distracted.
much.
I shall do my best.
Let me give this to you.
Oh no, my Oraname heart. Oh, just pretend like you're having like a heart attack. I'm sure they'll be confused. They're all humans.
Oh, my
They won't
aching
know.
Oranami jelly.
They
Yeah.
won't
Like,
know.
my organelles, my organelles.
Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
All right, so Maya, and now I get to roll initiative for these chumps as well.
Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. But not for me.
Roll this out. Okay, so he can. All right.
Is it still too late to use a mote to reroll mine?
No, it's not. I just need to know what your final results are.
Okay.
So, okay, so we got him. I'm so sorry. I can hear how annoying that
It's a
is.
7.
That's
I'm
better.
sorry, Senpai.
I mean, it's better than what I had, but only by that much.
Exactly, yeah. Still better. Still better. That's fine.
Okay. And then I have a bunch of chumps, and these guys all roll. Our base roll here. Here we go. So we're looking at. Oh, that's not terrible. It's actually pretty good. So seems everyone's got some pretty solid initiative rolls over here. Woo! Okay. All right. So. All right. So what's everyone's initiative? So Amaya, you got a 9.
9.
Okay. So you're at the top. Next up, Bon, you got a total of a 7. Okay. So that's Becky. That's 7. And Kushitaka, what did you get? 6. Okay.
Almost like it knew.
Okay, that's 6. And then I just gotta put these over here. So we have. All right. Next, Becky, you're
Yeah.
gonna do a roll off.
Okay.
Okay.
Just a 1d8.
It's whatever your initiative roll was. Just re-roll it.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, it's gonna be you.
I like
All
how your
right,
roll-off is better.
Yeah, right. Oh, you know.
Kushitaka, roll off.
Okay.
Same thing. I'll take it.
I got the same thing.
There
I got
you
last time.
go, Kushitaka. There you go. Feels appropriate.
There we go.
Nice, nice.
All right, so okay, and that puts that there. So, Kushitaka, because you called this out in advance, you had pre-planned the attack.
Yes.
I'm going to let you make that action now. So,
Okay.
you're casting Geist, I believe, to make an attack roll or an attack attacks with this. So here's how this is going to work. I roll using his stats to attack. So
Okay.
you choose the target and you put them all on Elias, correct?
Yeah, all 5 of them.
Okay. So we're going to roll this.
You're gonna traumatize Becky so bad.
Let's see. Okay.
Sorry.
So it's +2.
They're bad guys. Bad guys
I'm
lose
just-
their living privileges.
I'm just gonna go ahead and cover Becky's
Equal
eyes with my gelatinous hand that she can totally see through.
All right. So 5 shots. Okay.
Nice.
So that's.
Oh my god.
Okay. And then one of those did double up. Okay. So that's a total right now. Looking at a total of 12 for one of them, whereas the others are. So it's 12 plus the 2. So that's a 14 to hit for one of those. Number 7, that would be. That's actually not too terrible. That's a 9, 7, and then everything below that we don't give a shit about. So 3 of those miss. 3 of those hit. And you can see this. You hear this loud as the pod pops open and as it fires in this like rapid fire. It almost sounds like flipping through a notebook or flipping through like a phone book. As the missiles fire so quickly, you can't hear the sounds of the missiles' individual launches. And these things fly out on gravatic motors, and you see this as they home in towards him. 2 of them just bury themselves in the ground beside him. And then, while the other 3 bear down on him, you hear a pop, 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 pop as the front of Elias's armor pops open on the shoulders, and you see flares fire out of it,
Oh shit.
which reduces the accuracy of that. So that is down to that. So we're looking at, that's not bad. That's still a 9. That one goes down to a 1, and that one goes down to a 6, which for him, perfect. Okay, so the flares all fire up, illuminating the area in this vibrant fluorescent light, as clearly Elias has equipped his suit for fighting mechs, and it actually intercepts 2 of the little missiles, which see those flares and shoot into the ground, like spearing them before they disappear into the ground. The 5th one flies in and actually strikes him.
Dammies.
And then-
Dammies. Dammies.
Dammies. Doing the dammies. Okay, good news.
Explode.
While that's happening, Becky's like falling back, like,
Nice.
no.
Explode.
That's 9, and that's 18.
Yeah, because I would.
Okay,
just
cool.
Oh, that's
I
mech
would
damage
suspect
too,
that,
isn't
wow.
it?
It is, yep.
Oh, fuck.
And then looking at this guy's toughness, because I have him over here. Oh, man. I'm glad I put the mech in this fight, because we're going to need it. Okay. This is not terrible. It's not terrible. Okay,
would
so we're
assume-
looking.
Do we have no idea that Derek hacked them? But I guess once the guy fired on him, we would somewhat suspect that Derek had something, that Kushitaka had something to do with that, or
I just feel like a
feel
vulture
we
right
wouldn't
now.
know if it was his men rebelling or like what the situation was.
right?
It's
like
it definitely seems
Odd.
easy to spot, like, weird, especially since he just got called out on that he would fire on his boss.
Right.
But,
You just get a
know,
little
there you go.
emoji that's like the lol face, like the.
Oh,
That's-
that's not good.
That's totally possible, yes. So looking at a grand total. of
I'll
20.
just be like, everything's. I'll just look at Becky. Everything's under control. It's Kushitaka. don't
Like, it
worry.
is not
So-
under control. It is not under control.
The micro missile lands and strikes his armor, and as it does, the whole thing scintillates in this violent, bright red flash of light as the missile strikes, and you see it pushes the kinetic energy onto it, and it melts on impact from the force of the strike. And little rivulets of copper and metal fly along the guy's body and leave this like shadow around where he was. And he just slowly rocks up from the impact. A couple of sparks coming from his armor. Now that was downright mean. And Amaya, it's your turn. Initiative
Nice.
order. Let's go.
Think about how cool that is. I'm just gonna go ahead and get my.
In fact, actually, at this point, we're now at
Muted.
Angel level 3.
Oh,
I'm
she's
moving a
talking to
second.
somebody.
Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and use my. How far away is he?
Well, let's see. You can actually measure. So on the left-hand side of the page, you can see where there's like the little like
Yeah,
pointer, and then there's the box. Below that, you'll see a little like ruler. And if you do that, you can literally just measure how far away he is from you by just dragging. So he's 30 feet away from you.
About, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and use my concussion rifle and just shoot at him.
Yeah, I should say. Or I should say
Nice.
30 ticks. That's fair. So concussion rifle. All right, what's the range on that bad boy?
So it's 10, 20, 40.
Okay, so yeah, you'd be at long range, but you can definitely take a shot at him. So you would be at -2 for this. He is in the open on top of the ship right now. He doesn't really have any cover. So go ahead and take your shot.
I'll just roll a d6 plus 2 minus 2, so just a d6.
And don't worry, you don't need to worry about being non-lethal unless you really roll fucking high. In which case, I will ask, did you set it to non-lethal? Because you can choose that post-shot.
I got a 4.
A 4? That does not hit. So as you bring this gun up and level it at him, this weapon, the concussion weapon, glows blue from the back of it as it pulls energy from the back towards the front, and you see this whomp as it fires this wall of compressed air. And Elias sees it coming, tucks onto a knee, and rolls out of the way. Surprisingly agile, despite wearing about a minivan's worth of metal. And the thing just flies over it. And his optics like turn to look at you, and you can see behind the visor like the glint of what must be teeth. He is pissed. Next up,
I do not care.
do you want to move anywhere? You still have a movement action if you'd like.
No, I think I'm going to stay where I'm at.
Okay, so yeah, you're still within line of sight of everybody, but I would say you're at least in half cover, so that's pretty fair. They'll be at a penalty to shoot you. Okay, next up. Speaking of, that'd be the PMC troops, who, seeing this happen, all of them just take a moment to like watch the missiles strike their boss, and then watch you shoot at him, and just sort of look at each other. And over the comm, you just hear from clearly in Eliza's voice, just, "Well, get a move on! They showed their hand, show ours!" And they all immediately like, "Yeah, boss," and they all just start getting to it.
Wait, is moving my shield a reflex?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can move your shield anywhere you'd want.
Then I'm moving it in front of Elias, blocking fire from the mech, so he doesn't get hit again.
Oh, you're trying to protect him from the mech.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because BB's not okay with this.
All right.
We technically fired the first shot. This isn't good. No murder. And she's just going to scream, "Stop!"
And I'm going to say right now.
What do I roll?
You don't roll anything. You just do it. So I'll just put a little token there so I can know that it's there. Let's put a little glowy bit there.
A little glowy bit.
Little glowy bit. Okay. Put that right there. And I'm just going to put this. I should have a way to just I can just put it right there. I can just clear the drawings. So, okay. Your energy shield is right there, and it's offering cover, basically, to anybody behind it, which includes him. So the PMC troops all move outwards and begin to level their rifles towards you, actually, and also Amaya.
She had to go.
Yeah.
Should move her car real quick.
Yeah, that's fair. I will... I'll take it easy for now, and we'll just roll some dice very fast. Just keep things easy, things simple. Hop on over to their character sheet. There we go. That's not too bad. All right, so rolling some dice. Let's go, folks. 5 of them at you, 5 of them at her.
Ugh.
Ooh. Okay, so considering cover, they're at a -4, and range. Yeah, I'd say they're at a -4. Looking at those results, one of them exploded, which is the one we're looking at here. We'll roll that again. Okay, so that's 10 plus 11. So okay, minus the 4. What's your defense, Maya?
My defense is
Should be in the top left by your
5.
property. 5. Okay, yeah, that one definitely hits you. As you fired at them, these guys all rank up, and 5 of them just draw rifles, and it's very clear they practiced this. And almost in kind of like an old-timey regimental square formation, 2 of them in the front kneel down on their knees, and the other 3 put rifles over their shoulders, and they all fire in a brisk report as they fire. And doing damage-wise, these are surplus slug rifles, 2d10. Okay. All right. What's your armor value?
I have.
I think you just have Atmos gear, right?
I have the surplus. The
Oh.
surplus armor.
Oh, shit. Okay, so that's the case, then it should be in your toughness. What's your toughness? You should have a bracket next to it as well.
Toughness. I have 6 out of and then X. I don't know what X is.
That's weird. You shouldn't have an X there. All right. So given the fact that you're wearing combat gear, so we'll fix that. But in the meantime,
Well, mine actually after.
it should have, because I may put that in. I didn't do it. I guess. So you're wearing a standard combat harness. That's 5. So that means your toughness is 6 plus 5. That's 11. You take no damage. So
You just absorb the little.
yeah, basically the bullet hits you. It hurts like hell. Anyone who's ever worn a bulletproof vest knows that it doesn't keep you from being hit. Yeah, it hurts like shit. It just doesn't kill you. So the impact hits you, and it's like a full body slap, like someone just slapped the Jello full strength, and you feel the ripples across your body and a spike of pain in your chest, but it doesn't penetrate. You're okay. Becky, this next set of them though is targeting in your direction.
Yeah, let me get my little notebook because I put it in my notebook what I have. I don't think it's in my. I don't think it's in my list here. Does it?
Okay. Let's see.
Let's see for my inventory.
Well, Becky.
Yeah, I have Atmos gear. Oh, what that is? The same thing. Security.
Oh no, that's
I have.
So that's the one security plate variant. That's what I was caring about. Because that overrides that. You take the highest armor all you got. So Becky, only one of them comes close to hitting you. And what's your defense?
My defense is 6 parentheses 7.
6 parentheses 7? Okay, yeah, they miss. That was an 8 total, minus 4. So these 5 guys on the other side of the ship sight you, and they all fire shots, and you can hear the ting, 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 ting of metal in front of you ricocheting off the wing as they take their best shot and fucking miss. Becky, it's your turn.
First off, she puts up her middle finger, like, excuse me.
The middle finger is a free action. So
Okay,
good.
good. All right. Telling him off. He doesn't represent this colony, and like, I'm assuming now that
They're actively in a firefight with you. They are not listening. They're done. The time for talking ended the second the missiles were fired. You can keep talking.
Then I'm going to use that shield that I projected to push Elias into the ground.
Okay, so that's going to be interesting. Make an ordnance roll, and I'll oppose it with a combat roll.
Okay.
I'm willing to reward creativity like that. We'll just see if you can manage it. It's not going to be easy.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome.
Nice.
Nice. Keep going. Keep going.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome.
That's a 24.
Let's fucking go. 29.
29. Jeez,
Woo!
that's actually pretty fucking sick.
Good shit.
All right.
Man. Let's fucking
I don't
go.
like being shot at. I tried to help. I tried to stop.
Okay, so Elias, wearing a hard suit, uses his might for his combat. And his might is a cool D20 plus 3 after mod. Why the fuck did it roll that many? It should be 1. Jesus Christ. It did not roll that high.
Okay.
There you go. But, yeah, no. You still rolled higher by a significant margin. Yeah, you get him. And now I need to roll an opposed might roll to see if see how far you get. So you're going to make me... what would this be? I'm not used to this. Make me another one of those same rolls again.
Okay.
He rolled an 11.
Oh,
An
shit.
11. Okay. So what you do manage to do is this thing is not made for combat. This shield is designed specifically to counter and block people. You are basically moving a wall. But you're clever. And you think, fuck, I don't want to kill anybody, but maybe I can just push him into the ground and make him not a problem. And so, like someone trying to just, like, bury something in the sand, you bring the wall up and over him and just start pressing down. And Elias just does not see it coming. He just got shot by missiles, shot at by Amaya. He genuinely didn't think this was going to come to violence until after the missiles fired. And then suddenly just bonk on top of his head. Out of nowhere, this scintillating blue hexagon of like energy pressing down on him.
Tell him to stop. That's what I'm gonna say him.
And he just brings his hands up against it as he's getting crushed down, and you would hear the as like the thing's servos would begin to like fire up, and you would see they begin to glow orange with heat as he begins to push, and you can see he's actually matching the force of it. And you would just hear over the comm, "Not on your life, Missy. This just got interesting."
I have a name.
And I don't care. Any movement did you want it to take, by any chance?
No.
All right. So you're gonna stay where you are then. Okay. It's on Elias now. Who I'm gonna make a strength roll because I'm being nice here. Versus the 11. Okay. So I'm gonna say because of the situation he's in, he's not able to use his handheld weapons. However, on his back, you can see that this heavy box that he was carrying, you thought it was an armor plate at first, then sort of presses its way out, and you see it is a micro missile launcher. And he's apparently bolted the thing onto his back. And I'm going to ping, let's see, we'll go with 2. We're going to ping 1 over here on you, Becky, and 1 over on you, Kushitaka, as both of you two feel a ping. You definitely have been spotted now. Okay. So not because it's because you're currently flying above the ground, but more importantly, Eliza's sensors actually rolled pretty high to spot you. He just was being nice and not addressing you because you clearly were not involved until you were fucking involved because clearly one of his mechs just shot him and it wasn't the jelly in front of him.
I'm just a bird, dude. I'm just like a hacking,
I'm just a bird.
vulture.
Be nice to your fellow blackbirds. Okay, so let's roll this out. This is going to be a little bit lower. So I'm going to roll each of these individually at you guys. First one's going to go at you, Becky. Okay, so the good news is he's at short range, I believe. So he's at a -4 for this one. So this thing actually flies over and it arcs directly towards you and you see a shunk into the metal nearby. And you can see the full shape of one of these things. And it looks like an arrowhead with an engine just sticking out of the back there, pushing its way into the metal until it runs out of fuel and it just click. Powers down.
I'm just a bird and life is a nightmare.
The other one flies up at you, Derek. What is your
6?
Defense? 6. Okay. So it just misses you. How do you dodge this thing?
Barrel roll. I do a barrel roll.
Barrel roll. Yeah, you sort of just like tuck your wings and just sort of like spin out of the way as right next to you hear this like right by you as this gravatic motor propels this broad arrowhead shaped thing about the size of your forearm past you and flies up, spins around, comes back down, and then as it's bearing down towards you, the motor runs out of power and just drops past you.
It should have hit you.
Fucking A.
All right, so that's Elias. Kushitaka, it's your turn, buddy.
I am going to make the mech shoot all of his little friends in the back.
Okay, so you're going to make another Geist roll. Depending on your success rate, that will allow you to make
22,
an attack
except 26.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit!
Okay, not enough, but it's enough to do what you need to do. So you get a somewhat moderate success. You have a purchase in its systems, so you can still see through the camera lens in there. And inside, you can see the dude is just like snarling, like just chewing on a cigar, which is currently illuminating the interior of his mech, mumbling something about not paid enough for this shit. And this time, you grab a hold of his systems. What weapons are you firing?
I feel like I can
gun.
Wreak the most havoc using his assault cannon on his little buddies, right? Just like firing into them en masse.
Oh yeah, the recoilless cannon, also known. This thing is a fun one. This is also known as a field gun in parlance of mechs. And Derek, you know what a field gun is, being in the military. It's the same goddamn thing. Giant, high caliber cannon.
Yep.
Oh, good, thank you. So this thing ratchets down, and who are you shooting at? Because you get to make the attack. and this thing fires at one target at a time. It is a one-shot gun, but it is
Well, I'm not going to
semi-auto.
have another better opportunity to hit the big guy with it, given that he's already kind of squunched, right? And I feel like if we take out their leadership, they might just surrender.
Okay, that's fair.
Big gun, go boom.
Okay, so big gun, take a shot at him. All right, so we rolling. We roll, and we're looking at that. Okay, so that's not terrible. It's got a solid processor roll.
Oh no.
So as you're doing this, you can again the cockpit feed as you're scanning into this guy as the natural one is being rolled on his part to shoot. Reaching through the prism, you sort of see like the entire operating system of the machine. You see this dude like controlling it. Every time you pull the sticks, you see it light up the circuitry and the electronics. You just gently pull the command of the gun away and aim it towards Elias. And then in the cockpit cam, you can see Bob look over and see his stick moving of its own volition. And he just grabs it. Oh, no, you don't. And he pulls it to the left as he does. You hear this loud clang as it fires, and the shell flies over Bob's head and buries itself in the mountainside in the distance. You just hear a poof as it buries and detonates in the distance.
Is that all I can do this turn, or can I still Molotov him?
Let's see. So, looking at the hacking rules, I believe if we go all the way down to combat hacking,
It's a standard
believe
action
it's a free-
or free action?
yeah, it's a free action to fire to do it once. It's a standard action to do it a second time. So yes, you can.
Okay, I'm going to start tweedling down the mech to where he might be in a more malleable position, and I'm going to hit him with a Molotov.
Okay.
Hack
So make
again.
another hacking roll. Yep.
Ooh.
Opposed by his systems. Okay.
Okay, so I
that's
got a
still
14.
success.
Yep.
Yeah. That's more than enough to successfully hit.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh, that explodes. Oh
Ooh.
shit! It keeps
I just
going.
dealt 10 points of thermal damage to him. Holy shit. That's good.
That's significant. Oh god, that's actually very significant. What's his max?
Yeah. So Kushataka is cool as a cucumber, and he's like in his element, just like dodging out of the way of the micro missile. And he's like, all right, let's end this right here now. And then when he throws it out of the way, he's like, you motherfucker, like just like kind of tuts, and then just like tries to send the reactor into a cascade.
You didn't say the magic word. Like, so
Fuck your magic word. Have a cascade.
yeah, as you reach into the system, you hold your wrist out, and this is taking your full attention now. Before you can sort of throw, like, when you hack, you can throw attacks off as a free action. You kind of pre-program them. You just sort of sling them off as you're doing something else. But this is you with your full attention, hacking twice. And as you do hold out your wrist link, and it glows and flares, and whatever color it normally is, shifts to bright orange, like a dangerous orange, and it flashes as it sends the vandalism program in. And Bob, who has kind of not really been focusing on you, despite you've been hacking him repeatedly, he's clearly focused on people in front of him who are shooting. At this second, like, suddenly his mech's interior gets really fucking hot. And, like, you can see, like, the temperature gauge shoot up from a comfortable... Yeah, like, you can... Yeah, exactly. Like, you can see, like, the usual, like, temperature gauge inside, saying in a comfortable 50s, like, 60 degrees Fahrenheit or so, rapidly shoots it to 120. As this thing's every single venting port closes and it begins to shudder as heat builds up and smoke builds up from inside. You see Bob just go, oh shit, and just like begin to start like flailing at the controls inside. Yeah, no, our boy is gonna be. Oh god, that's so much heat.
That's unbelievably good roll right there. Jesus Christ.
That's a phenomenally good roll. There's where all your rolls went, Derek. They went into combat. So speaking of. It's. Did you want to move any? Because you do still have a movement action. You can move in any direction you want. You have fly.
I don't think I need to. I'm fine where I'm at. I'm just flying in a big circle.
Okay, that's very fair. So as you're gliding over this, firing this.
And how many free actions do we get around?
You get. So you have two types. You have reflexes, which are you get an infinite number, but reactions, which are like actions, you get one. So,
okay, so if I were to activate my optical camouflage, which is a free action, can I do that?
You can do that as a free action on your turn right now. So that would be
okay. So just at the end of my turn, I want to activate my optical camouflage.
Sounds good. So okay, so you activate your optical camouflage, and I believe your optical camouflage has how long does that last? Let me take a peek. It's one of the old. It's in one of the old
System
ones.
three charges.
3 charges. Okay. It should have a hack number. What's the number on cloak? Because that's what the rule is.
One.
It's cloak.
Active cloak one.
So that's for 1 turn. Yep. So it'll last for 1 round and will end at the beginning of your next upkeep.
I think I used that right then.
You did perfectly. Well done, buddy. Everyone, can I just get a quick round of applause from the audience for our players? This is our second only ever combat encounter and the first one with a lot of rules. So you guys did great. You're doing great. Thank you, man.
You and I are gonna have words after this.
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. Or don't hate the storyteller, hate the game. So in this case, so it's Bob's turn now, and in his upkeep, his mech now has to deal with an excess of 8 thermal damage sitting on it, which is way the fuck more than it's meant to take. Normally, constructs take thermal damage differently than everyone else. They have a radiator, which handles that heat. But over a certain amount, it's just an unbelievable amount of heat, and it just can't deal with it. That's an unbelievable amount of heat. So now I get to roll a test using this thing's radiator die, which is equal to its structure die, which is pretty solid. So it's d12 plus 2, and I roll, and it's 8. So we're looking at a total of, okay, so that's still decent. So that is a leftover of 2 thermal damage on this thing, as this thing's whole body just shudders. You hear a as it immediately begins to dump coolant across the body, literally freezing with the Leidenfrost effect, the metal beneath it, as it's desperately trying to not overheat. But yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't do that much damage this time. It was a really good roll, but as the heat this is like a one-off for it, basically. Because this thing is so hot, you can see Bob inside just goes, fuck it, and just reaches up and grabs a red handle and pulls on it. And as it does, you can see the thing's emergency fire suppression kicks in, and it just immediately dumps all this frosty material across it. This almost like liquid nitrogen level cold material across its body. It takes its whole turn to do this. You basically made it skip an entire turn because it's overheated so hard. And yeah, no, that's pretty fucking good considering it's to turn all its guns on you. It doesn't even get to
just
move.
Kill us with a single cannon.
Yeah, you staggered the mech, so it is officially missing its entire turn as a result of this roll. If it didn't roll so high, it would have actually taken a significant amount more damage. So you can see Bob inside. When he pulls the lever, the entire canopy just shuts down, and he has to manually reboot everything inside of it, one system at a time, flipping every switch that he can. So his turn is over. We're back up to you, Amaya. What are you going to do?
I'm going to. I'm trying to see. Okay, I'm gonna move.
Okay.
So I can move.
It's equal to your pace, and then you can move that many squares across the battlefield.
Right. I think my pace is 4. Let me double check that really quick. I think it's 4.
I believe you're correct. Yes, it's a pace of 4.
Pace of 4. So. I want to try to get a little bit closer. So maybe I'm okay. So yeah, I think I'm gonna move just like kind of right here. I'll just move 1, 2. I'll move 1, 2, and then I will take a shot at Elias again because I just really like him.
All right, you're gonna be rolling me a ballistics roll to do it. So roll me ballistics, which is tied to your coordination. Yeah.
Actually, are all of these people still up? These I don't know how to ping, but these.
Oh yeah, everyone else is fine. No one's been physically hurt yet, except Elias, who's taken a little bit of damage. The other 10 dudes there are actively shooting at you.
Okay.
And they have guns.
Great.
Actual guns.
Oh no, they don't have fake guns?
Yeah.
What is this?
I'm just saying,
real fake guns.
Last session, they got loogies hawked at them by little bugs. This is bullets. These are actual, this is lead.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot. Instead of shooting at Elias, I think I'm gonna take them out or try to aim at them. I think with the concussion rifle, I can only hit one person, right?
Yes, it is a semi-automatic weapon, and it does not have a blast feature or anything, so it's just one target. Choose who you shoot and roll to hit.
Yeah, so I'll just go ahead and shoot at this person. I don't know if it's pinging or not. when I push it.
Just hold it down with the. Make sure you have the arrow selected.
There we go.
And when you do, there you go. Okay, so that dude. I got you. All right, cool.
That dude is getting shma.
All right, roll the hit. You're going to be making a ballistics roll versus their defense, which I will let you know if they hit or if they miss or fail.
Okay, great.
If you miss
I think my ballistics is a D6 plus 2.
It should be your coordination plus their mod. And don't forget you also roll another D6 because of the luck roll, because it is an attribute roll. You choose whichever one you like better.
Why is everything going behind my thing?
That's a little weird.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a D6 plus 2, and then roll my D6 luck.
Oh, the D6 luck explodes.
Yay!
So roll another D6. 7. Okay, cool. So 7 plus 2. Because I'm assuming you're using the higher one, right? You're not taking the nat 1?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, cool. Just so you know, you guys can do that in the future if you want to take a lower roll. You absolutely can. It might benefit you at certain points. So, good news. You definitely hit the dude square on. Roll damage.
Nice.
And are you hitting non-lethally or are you hitting lethally? Because you do have a non-lethal setting on your gun.
I feel like I'm gonna hit lethally.
Okay.
I don't know what happens. Wait, what happens if I knock him out? He's just knocked out.
He's just knocked out. It's a stun setting on a phaser. You choose.
I feel like this man's was coming at me really aggressive, and really he's just gonna come in here and steal shit, and I don't like that. So I feel like
they all literally did just attempt to manslaughter you all. Like not
manslaughter. Like, they attempted to murder.
We shot
that was
we shot first.
Well, technically they shot first. But
I feel
like I have Derek pulling his trigger.
Yeah, I ghosted in there, so they have no way to prove that we shot first, legally speaking.
So I feel like
this is my job. Okay, this is what I do.
No, it's not.
No, actually, it is.
Yeah, this is absolutely his job. All right. So you rolled
reckless endangerment.
6 damage. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, looking at his toughness. So, you do have a mode of legacy you can use to reroll that damage if you like, because that is not going to be enough to damage him.
I will re-roll it then.
Okay. So, you're going to expend a mode of legacy. You have a total of 1 left for the session.
Okay.
Okay. And don't forget, chat, you can give them motes if you
like. Oh my
like.
fucking god, it's the same.
I am so sorry. Flip-flops.
That's fine.
All right. So, yeah. That said, though, as I recall, your concussion kit has a couple notes on it. I believe it has a slam keyword. What is that?
It does have a slam.
Okay, so you did hit. So what's the keywords on it?
Let's see. It's slam D6.
Roll a D6. That'll determine how far back this guy goes. You just hit him with a wall of force. So let's see how far he falls. And the entertaining thing is if he hits dudes, that's 3. They take falling damages if they fell into him, and he takes falling damages if he fell into them.
Nice.
So he's right up against them, going away from you, which would push him directly into basically these two. So everybody there going to be taking 2d6 damage. That is roll it out. As they get slammed into as if they fell from second-story buildings. The first one, fine. Second one, fine. Third one, ooh, okay, maybe not so fine on that one.
That dude's fucking dead.
Yeah, that dude absolutely. So you see the dude you hit. The initial energy just washes over him, and at first there's almost like a look of relief on the one bit of his face you can see beneath his helmet, you sort of see his mouth. You see a little bit of a smile, and then just lifts him up, and then throws him. And the 2 dudes behind him. And they both duck down and crouch down, and you hear a crunch as he just hits them both, and his bones compact, and he just hits the ground. Probably dead, maybe critically injured, hard to tell. He's absolutely fucking gone. The 2 behind him are also knocked prone as well, because they fell, and it counts as if they fell. So on their ass. I'm going to put little snail icons on them because they're adorable. And yeah, so did you want to? Did you also, since you did knock 2 of them down, did you want to do anything else? You do have free actions, and I believe it is a free action to attempt to mediate if you'd like.
Oh, Okay.
I don't know
Cool.
if you have any of the ones that let you make people flee or anything, but you can attempt to make one of them flee with an old-fashioned roll.
I do actually. I have
Okay.
I have like I want to surrender or something. Let me see that.
Okay.
Oh, the gift.
The gift of surrender. It's like you want to live, and I don't want to waste the ammo. Select an NPC with trauma points as the target. Oh well, I don't think.
Well, I consider him
The
having
leader
been
has
hit
trauma points.
significantly. The leader does have trauma
Cool,
points.
that's
You can
right.
certainly give it a shot at that.
Leave.
You can give it a shot.
It
Your
says,
call.
it says I'm gonna give it a shot. And it says the negotiator rolls a negotiation roll opposed by the target's courage. Add a bonus to the negotiator's roll equal to the NPC's trauma rating. So,
Okay.
what's his trauma rating?
Right now, his trauma rating, he's currently sitting on 8. I believe it's 8 trauma currently. So I'll put that in red,
Nice.
by the way, so all you folks know.
Nice.
So he has total of 8
Okay.
trauma. I will not tell you out of how much. So
Okay.
he's built up to 8 trauma. So yeah, that'd be the modifier.
Okay, so it would be negotiation plus 8. Is that what?
Yeah,
My
exactly.
negotiation normally is negotiation plus 3.
Yep, so that'd be negotiation plus 11.
It's 11. Okay.
Yep.
And that is will, which is a D6.
Correct.
So D6 plus
I
11.
will
All right.
opposed.
1d6 plus 11. Okay.
Ooh.
Nice.
Okay. 14.
Okay.
Okay. So, the gift of surrender. So here's what happens. That's designed to target NPCs, not central characters like Elias, who has a different set of rules. But
Okay.
because of what you've done, I will say, so describe how you do this. How do you do this? Attempt to talk him down.
So once I knock all of his friends or whatever, subordinates, whatever you want to call them down, I'm gonna look at him and be like, are you really sure that you want to continue this right now? Is this really what you came here to do? I think it would be better if you just leave.
And you do this as you're firing the concussion cannon. Like, you're just sort of aiming and talking at the same time as you do this. And from within the comm, as I've rolled a pretty low roll, you would hear Elias grunting against the exertion of trying to keep the glowy thing off his back. So at this point, you just hear "You're not wrong. I'm not particularly interested in bench pressing some fucking glowing energy in the middle of a firefight. Not what I'm here to do. What's your alternative? Because right now I'm looking at you having grabbed control of one of my mechs and firing at me first."
That's when we hold a certain somebody responsible.
Did you say that out loud?
Yes.
I'm gonna say that's just. I'm gonna look at Becky like no. I'm just gonna say that seems like a wild allegation. I mean, it kind of seems like your troops are turning against you. I'm just gonna look at him and be like, you don't know what we did. We didn't do shit. So it's my fault your friend shot you.
I'm going to make an intellect roll for him. For the moment, because of your roll, I'm temporarily pausing combat.
Yes.
Because that's what I'm giving you. Because he is the ringleader. He's the commander. If he flees, they all will likely flee. Or at least follow his orders to withdraw. So we're going to assume he's a smart boy. So
He's pretty smart. I mean, he probably guessed it, but he ain't got no proof. Not in the middle of combat.
So as he's still groaning against the strain of holding the energy thing off of him, he would look up, and you would see Kushitake. His visor is looking directly at you.
I'm close.
I might not be a hacker, but I'm well aware of what they're capable of.
In that case, you should know that this is not going to end well for you if this keeps going.
You're really chafing my sides here with this shit. All right. I'll cut you a deal. Ceasefire immediately. Pull this damn shield off my head. My soldiers will lower their guns. Go our separate ways. But you don't interfere with my work, and I'll leave your little pissant colony alone. We got a deal.
No.
Yes.
I'll just say
Talking
no
to
deal.
you.
Yeah.
No.
He's talking to you, Amaya.
Yes.
I'm just gonna be like, who's next? Becky's
I'm
next.
taking away my shield if she says yes.
The
Okay,
next
she
one
said
is
no.
the next one is going to be the not. He's not talking to you. He's talking via comm to Amaya. Right
Okay.
now. So you
I
can't
can hear her comms.
Well, it depends. Amaya, are you broadcasting this comm signal? Because this is a closed circuit to you.
No, I would have probably just had this conversation between me and him.
Okay.
But
So
seeing as how I know what he's here for, that's gonna directly interfere with what we're doing.
doesn't matter.
Okay.
This is a closed comm.
Oh, atmosphere. Gotcha.
Atmosphere, yeah. So so you're not going to accept that offer.
Yeah, I'm just gonna smirk and be like,
Because the next ones who move are the 9 dudes with rifles.
yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna tell him, I'm gonna be like, your work interferes with my work, and I just can't have that.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. So if that's the case, we're resuming initiative then. So PMC troops. These two over here grab their buddies and begin to haul them backwards, taking their actions to do so, as they slowly themselves stand up and shed their knockdown effect. Normally, they would just take half their movement to do so, but in this instance, they had help. So they all just got full movement, and their buddies basically just took it by removing their own actions. So that worked fine for them. These ones over here, however, are all perfectly fine. And having heard their boss talk about the bird, or having talked about the hacker, all 5 of them turn their rifles upward towards you, Kushitaka.
I'm still invisible.
So, yes, you are. That's true. So they are only going to be able to fire in the general direction of where you were, not where you are. So we'll see. Do any of them hit? Considering the modifier for being invisible, they're like at a -4 for this.
Nice.
So none of them explode. So absolutely not. You just hear as like 5 of them fire bullets into the sky, just miss indiscriminately. As they're all firing like where you were, maybe not where you are. So next up, Becky, it's you. What do you want to do?
I think Becky's gonna pull from the fight.
You're gonna have her withdraw completely?
Yep.
Okay. Well, you need to walk your way out then manually. So if you're trying not to engage, you can deactivate your energy shield anytime.
I am. She's gonna get rid of the shield and start walking back.
Okay. So clear drawing. Okay. Cool. All right. So are you making any gestures that you're no longer fighting? Like,
yeah.
So like holding your hands up and just backing away?
Yeah. Because clearly she's pissed at the situation.
Okay, that's very fair. So be aware, these dudes did just shoot at you just a little while ago. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah. Well, then do I move my shield with me?
You can choose where it goes as a reflex.
Okay,
you can move it anywhere within your influence.
Then it'll just be in front of me, and I'll be like, nope.
Okay, that's fair. So you're taking the shield with you.
Yep.
I'll put that right there. You have hard cover. As long as that thing is there. Okay, cool. So, next up is Elias. And while he was groaning before, the shield pulls up and he stands up and you hear a popping as he adjusts himself. All right. So, that's the case then. Let's be real about it. I tried being nice. I guess it's time for stick. And I'm going to make a roll as you hear a soft chittering sound over the comm signals. No. And this is going to be on his initiative. Okay, so it's a nat 1 and a 22. Not bad. Wow, that's a 22. How the fuck did you roll a 22 on a d20?
What the fuck?
Even with the +5, it rolled a 22.
Dude, roll 20 is wild.
That's so weird.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is it already like Oh, you know what? It probably calculated it out already. But it's weird that it didn't do it with the others. That's so weird. Sure, whatever, fine. So a 27 and a 6. So in the distance, you see a flash of orange light above the clouds, and then a second. One flies nearby, and this bolt of red light flies from the sky and hits the ocean nearby. And you hear this boom as the water above sublimates, instantly just goes from water and flash steams. And you feel a shockwave across the battlefield as the steam overtakes the area. And the next one is actually accurately aiming. This one flies nearby and hits one of the turrets, and it just detonates in a fireball, sending chunks of it into different places. And Elias just holds his hands up with the submachine gun in his hand. I was trying to keep it small, but here we are. So I'm gonna make it easy for you. I just told my crew to keep firing every time their weapons load up again. So either surrender, or I'll just take this whole settlement apart.
How long would it take me to move the arc cannon to this location and fire it?
It would take a turn, if you'd like, but it would take a lot of hacking. It's currently stood down, so I guess technically it's stood down, so it would be that'd be a mite harder to control than like the telescope, which has like no security protocols. This would be a lot of security protocols.
I'll talk to our little buddy.
What?
Okay. Oh, to Calcifer?
Yeah.
Describe it. Let's go. RP. This is important.
So after the massive conflagration and huge explosion of one of our turret or orbital turret arrays being just like schmeckledorfed, I immediately pull up to Calcifer with a little fiery dancing boy, and I'm like, we have a bit of an issue.
You can see Calcifer. Go ahead. Yeah.
If we don't turn over the gun on this location right now, we could possibly lose the whole colony, not to mention everybody's lives. So I don't know about you, little buddy, but in my tongue, the word symbiotic means that you work together for the betterment of everybody. How's that sound?
You would see as Calcifer's icon appears in your heads-up display. And as opposed to his usual like little square eyes, you can see they're like half circles and turned downward in a little angry face. And immediately below, you would see running projections of survival for engaging with combat. And as he processes it out, you can see he revises the current threat level from moderate to high to lethal. And he would then below that give an assessment. As he accesses the satellites, he would identify that the ship in orbit is in fact a destroyer. It is a small one, but it is a destroyer nonetheless. These things are designed largely around old abandoned warships, and this thing has been equipped with apparently bombardment cannons. These things are designed to remove grid coordinates, which is what this thing can do. By the time that the cannon aims itself and fires over here, Calcifer has taken note of the fact that, assuming Elias has not bluffed you, his death will not stop the cannons, and they will continue to fire.
Well, what if we target the destroyer?
He also makes an assessment that as one of his two primary long-range turrets was disabled, the arc cannons, as opposed to these lower atmosphere concussion cannons designed to knock small atmospheric craft out of the air, the likelihood of surviving a jousting match with that thing is very low. He gives his best estimate of like a straight slug fight with this thing, 33% of success over the next 5 seconds, and every 5 seconds beyond that, it gets exponentially lower.
Well, we don't need to win. We just need them to get the fuck out of Dodge. We need them to realize that it might cost them more than it costs us. Might.
I mean, speaking of, did I hear Elias when he said he was going to take the settlement out?
Oh, fucking! You all heard that. That was over loudspeaker. That wasn't. That was to everybody.
Then I'll put a private con to Elias if that works.
Okay, we can do that. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Once we're done with this a little bit. Yeah. Hey,
It's
buddy.
Red.
So Red, what's up, pal? Hey,
the
good to see you,
homie.
pal. I feel
What's
like
good,
this is.
dude?
Yeah, it's good to see you, buddy. How you doing?
This sounds like right in your face.
Chat can't see the beautiful face.
As we flop things around, your arrival is quite timely.
Do I get to shoot some people?
Yeah, no, I think this is a perfect opportunity to introduce you. So we'll take a moment. I think this would be our last bio break, if you guys would like.
That's
Start
great,
this
because
out.
I actually need to go to the bed.
Sounds good. All right, don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with the final act of this week's session of Legacy. Back, folks. Welcome back. Thank you so much for waiting patiently. I surely do appreciate it. Omni, what's happening?
Oh boy, so very much.
Red's here.
Big love. Yeah, red is here. Everyone say hi to red. Everyone wave to everyone's favorite primary color. Glad you can make
We
it
have
funny.
removed the negotiator, and the negotiations are now over.
Oh, by the way, Derek, don't forget we also have the cam offline for them too.
Oh, right.
Just in case. I know it's a thing. So, all right. we're going to take a step back from this battlefield for a second to introduce our friend Harlan. So, Harlan, you've been working for this. You've been working for this colony for a couple of months now as a sheriff, basically. Like you've been a hired gun to keep the peace in this area, and for the past couple of days, you've been in another one of the settlements doing like additional contract work there, kind of just making ends meet, as well as also helping them. They had a minor issue with a guild going a little bit sideways, and they had to get their contractors back in line. It was a whole mess. And after a pretty violent protesting that you managed to diffuse with a combination of brute force and sheer authoritarian presence, you're now on the way back on your vehicle of choice. You either have take a choice, but you want an ATV, you want a hover bike, or you want a little walker, a little like four-legged walker bike.
I'm not going to use one of those fucking stupid like Eldar walkers where they literally have themselves right out in front of everybody to shoot at. You remember those?
Yeah, I know the war walkers. I fucking hate the war walkers. Yeah.
Let's go Team Jet Bike.
All right, so that's the case, and yeah, your Gadwall hover bike is going pretty smoothly, and it's been about like I want to say a 6-hour ride back from this settlement. It's a ways off,
Sure.
And as you've been going, you got a bunch of really uncomfortable alerts on your wrist link just popping up as you've been riding towards it. The first one was a relatively early morning alert, like a warning: incoming, potential crash trajectory vehicle coming from high orbit. Stand by for results. Data feed goes dim for a little bit. Crash identified. Incoming to this point. Then just crash contact. Crash on the side of the mountain. No terrain or structures damaged. Vehicle in seriously bad shape. And then it continues going down and going down. Eventually, it goes to, oh dear, there appears to be fighting from the vehicle. Oh dear, there appears to be a lot of troops emerging from the vehicle. And you're now within very close line of sight of the settlement. And as you're getting closer, as the scrolling data feed is getting more and more dramatic, as you're seeing other people typing in what the hell's going on? Oh my god, they're shooting at us. And eventually you actually see the sky glow orange for a second, like an orange red, and 2 bolts of red light streak from the sky, and one hits the ocean, the large I guess landlocked sea you guys are next to, above where the Oraname settlement is, and a huge explosion of steam from that. And then the other one lands and lances into what you know is one of the orbital defense one of the orbital defense cannons where you are. And that's literally as you're getting closer. You're maybe if you gun it, you can be there next round. And yeah, right now you can see the AI for the settlement, Calcifer, this little glowing AI flame icon appearing on your wrist link. He can. He technically he handles the garbage disposal, so yes.
So he does eat eggshells. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right on. I was moving Castle reference for those of you that didn't get that one.
So yeah, Calcifer is offering you as much data as you'd like about this topic. Because it's we could really use our sheriff, basically. It's feeding you all the data you're there, knowing you're coming back, hoping that when you get there you can solve it.
He's just shaking his head as he's gunning it. Fucking hate reading. He's just turns it on, just go forward, aerodynamic, just lean forward like this.
The Gadwall has a normal flight speed max of 100 miles per hour, and that's where it's designed to tap off. You, having sheriff's authority, can just disable those limiters. And then it very quickly goes from 100 to 300. So I'm going to say you can start anywhere on the battlefield you'd like, since we're all on the battlefield page.
Cool.
So yeah, just feel free to drag your character sheet onto the table, and that'll let you, roll 20. You know how this goes. Put anywhere you'd like.
I don't think I've actually seen the art you've done for Harlan. This is really cool.
Well, thank you. I
don't think I've seen that. That's really cool. I like your interpretation. Okay, so I can put him anywhere.
Yeah, put him anywhere you'd like.
Where's the enemy?
They're the ones in the orange on top of the ship. Right now you can see that in the middle there's Kushitaka flying over it about 30 ticks above the ground. Yeah, still invisible at the moment because it hasn't hit your turn. It's about to, but it hasn't hit your turn. You can see Amaya over here, who I'm going to say because our friend JJ had to step out to go to work. Much love, JJ. Thank you as always for playing. Amaya just sort of after having shot at something is like ducking behind here, taking cover, and clearly speaking over comlink to someone in charge of the colony. And you can see Becky over here, who's backing up with an energy field in front of them. From what appears to be 9 dudes, all with rifles, a guy in a hard suit, and this giant ass mech, a construct with turrets turned on the settlement. And I will show you both of these two. So there's your There's your dude in the hard suit and the dude in the mech. Yeah.
So this right
that's
here.
for Red because I think Red just jumped in.
Yeah, no, you're good. I'm just taking a look at
Yeah.
it. So I'm trying to see. So I know who the
pinging me?
commander is and where they are.
Mhm.
So the commander's right here, right underneath.
Yes, that's
the
correct.
bird. The bird Tia.
Yes.
Okay, so what I want to do is kind of what is this structure right here? This looks like some sort of ship or some sort of like edifice.
Yes, this is the crashed vehicle that was detected.
I want to ramp off
from
of
what
it.
you.
I want to like fly right in and just like pretty much crash the bike into this guy.
Oh, nice.
Into the commander. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I'm pissed off today. I had to take care of a bunch of fucking belligerents, and now I got to deal with people literally trying to blow up my shit from orbit. I'm literally gonna hit them like full on like torpedo.
Fucking awesome.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you roll your. First off, we're gonna have you roll initiative, which is gonna be either a coordination roll, which again you're wearing your hard suit, so you get the modifier, or your awareness. Either one of the two. Take your
Let's
pick.
see.
So with your coordination mod,
Coordination would be a D6, and then I get a bonus from my hard suit +2, so it'd be a D10.
correct.
Cool.
So
Okay,
D10 plus your just D10.
cool.
Or it would be your awareness modifier, which would be intellect plus awareness, whichever one you think is higher.
It'd be intellect plus awareness.
Yes, because it's an awareness roll is a discipline roll. It'd be either a discipline roll or just a base attribute roll with no mods. So one of the two.
Okay, well I'm just gonna roll the D10 because that's better.
All right, sounds good.
I have
Okay.
ways to reroll.
Yes, you do have modes.
Okay,
You do have
this is just initiative, correct?
Yes, it's just initiative.
I'm
yes.
not sweating it. That's fine.
Okay, cool. So that would put you at the very end of activation, which is perfect. So
That
you will be
makes
arriving to do
sense.
your smashy smash at the end. So
I'm gonna be all over these motherfuckers like shingles. Like, ooh.
So Elias just acted. So it's Kushitaka's turn next. And it'd be Kushitaka, the mech, and then you, Harlan. Just so you know. So we have you, like, as we cut off away from Harlan, this Anazali in a hard suit, which the bike is, like, modified. It's like a heavy lift bike because you're in your hard suit. Is just, like, zooming as fast as it fucking can. It's probably 2 Gadwalls literally connected together on, like, a central chassis to bear your weight. So it's like taking 2 bikes and stapling.
Yeah, there's this rippling banner of smoke just like tearing through the horizon as I'm like heading along.
Yeah. All right. Derek,
like Tron with
Kushitaka,
dirt.
What do you do? buddy?
So bear with me. This is kind of fucking crazy, right? But
Okay. Expect it.
I'm not a supercomputer, but Calcifer is a supercomputer. And, hypothetically, supercomputers are capable of doing, like, all kinds of crazy shit. And I was just wondering, like, do you think it would be possible for our little buddy to calculate the trajectory of those bolts of red lightning coming down and intercepting that fire with our arc cannons, potentially redirecting it back from whence it came? Like Mario 64, fucking hitting somebody, hitting a shell with another shell?
It's the idea would be sound to a point. Like sending it back, no. Intercepting, yes. That's what those cannons are designed to do. They're designed to intercept. They're interdiction weapons. They're designed to prevent attacks like this.
So long,
However-
Gay Bowser.
The only problem in this instance is that assumes that's the only supercomputer in play. The ship, all but guaranteed, likely has its own symbiotic AI. And it is assisting bombardment control. So it wouldn't be it wouldn't be like oh, he can do this. It'd be more like when he gave you that risk assessment, he already factored in the fact that he's assuming the ship has an onboard AI, that it will do its own thing.
Okay, then new plan.
And he is unfortunately just a piddly little colony AI whose primary function is to help people dispose garbage and manage their day-to-day planning, not necessarily engage in open warfare. Though he has protocols for it, that's not his primary function.
I hack the starship with the telescope.
You would need to be in base to base with the telescope.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, my options are.
I'm willing to give you like some things, but you need to be in range of your hacking module for that thing now. The local BattleNet is on fire. This is not like it's quiet anymore. Like you're not even technically in the settlement. You're off to the side of it. So, yeah. It's not a bad option, but the ship is right now an obstacle I don't know how you would remove, if you would.
I don't either.
Actual negotiation.
The time for that is over.
There was a time for it. It didn't go well.
Don't
I'm
worry.
sorry,
I'll
I'm
do
not
like
in the
some-
habit of negotiating with terrorists who want to take everything.
It's fair.
We do not negotiate with terrorists
We do not negotiate with terrorists.
in Minecraft.
In real life either.
No, in Minecraft.
I guess I'm going to try to hack the mech again.
Okay.
And I'm going to have it. Does it still have more micro missiles?
Oh, it's got fuckload. The thing's got like 80. This thing is designed for open war. It's got way too many bullets in it.
I'm going to target these guys that took cover.
Okay, so the ones off to the left that are already down a man?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. So make your roll to hack, and I'll make the resisting roll.
D8 plus a D10, right? I'm double checking. Yep. Plus D10 because it's subversion. And plus E.
Yeah, you got him. You owned his ass. Your roll is so high, not only do you get to fire the one of them, you also can fire the recoilless cannon as well. So you can take a shot at it. Yeah. Bob is furious in that cockpit. You can just see him like screaming at all the controls. He finally gets them back online, and then they all glow and immediately start moving the controls again without his commands. And just you hear the most insane sailor string of profanity you can imagine. So I can't imagine the language that profane, but he certainly can. So
That's fair. Yeah, I'm gonna have him target those 4 guys with the micro missiles, and I'm going to have him. Can he just target like a straight line through these guys? Like target
no,
this
it's one.
spot?
It'd be no, it's one target per piece. So
Okay.
it's a really big kinetic impact. It technically would cause an explosion, but for mechanic and balance reasons, it is not a blast weapon.
Okay, so it wouldn't go through people. Then I'll just have him shoot the guy on the end here.
Okay, that's fair. So I'm gonna roll these out. So this is gonna be D8 plus mod. So that's gonna be +2 to each one of these, and he's rolling 5. Okay. So versus these guys in cover, there's also the short range bonus. Or sorry, the short range negative because he's at such close proximity. Yeah. So he hits. I think 2 of them would be actually hit. So we'll go with these 2, the one above and below. Let's roll damage on those. First, I'm going to see. But first, I'm going to see whether or not this. Yeah. I'm going to see whether this guy.
See the flag between.
I'm going to see if he hits the other dude with the recoilless cannon. No, he does not. He's having bad rolls today. Good for his fire team. So the recoilless cannon rotates and ratchets to the left. You hear poof as you do your best to try to aim, and you're basically pulling a wing 0 here. Like the one turret is like rotating to fire one way, the missile pod's rotating to fire the other way, and you're manually firing. It's not a thing you're not really used to. So the recoilless cannon shot just thump, and you can see the dude it was targeting. It's really more an angling thing. The cannon kicks, and you're just not ready for it, and it just sort of flies past him. You get this like slow motion second of just like this guy watches the shell like approach, and the wake sort of blows him a little bit backwards, and he staggers and just watches as it flies off the distance. And you see a little poof as it hits a part of the mountain. However, two of these dudes over here are about to catch
About to have a really
some
bad day.
serious damage. 1, 2. Okay, so one of them gets, I'm going to say the one in the front here is the one who catches it. And after their armor, they're left with only like 2 trauma points remaining. I think I can safely say that. As this thing just flies in and like lands and hits them. And you can see their armor like does its best to resist it, but it blasts him onto his ass, and you see him, you see like the ground beneath shatter. He's got broken ribs like hell, and he's probably seriously injured by the shrapnel. The other one just goes through him. It catches him in the neck and just into the ground below, and he just pops like a balloon.
Nice.
There's nothing left of him. So yeah, you do manage to successfully kill one of them for sure with the weapons, and you do waste more of his ammunition. Speaking of, do you have anything else you wanted to do, sir?
Molotov.
Molotov. Okay, hacking again. Cool.
Yeah, I got
Go ahead,
2
buddy.
actions.
Yes, you do. Yep, this is your standard action now, because you do your free action or your standard action.
24.
I almost feel like rolling against this is a moot point, but you never know. Oh! What? How? Hold on a sec. What the fuck? Why are you rolling d20? Jesus. I'm just going to close it and restart it again. Okay, that's a little weird. But yeah, I guess it's just not showing it correctly. But yeah, no, he definitely does not succeed on any of those rolls. So yeah, Molotov again. Roll the d4. Oh, God. 6. Okay. Yeah. He melting. I'm going to put that there. He's got 6 this time. So again, inside the cockpit, you can see the heat spikes. It's not to like 120 this time. It's like sitting at about 100 degrees. So all the alarms that are still flashing, he's pissed. Okay. And did you want to move or any free actions that you wanted to take otherwise?
Can I land on top of him? The mech.
If you do, be aware you are putting yourself in melee range of a construct.
How can he hit
You
me
might
on
not
top
have
of him?
any big arms to swing with, but it's still a 20-foot tall giant robot.
If I'm on top of
with-
him, he can still hit me.
He has turrets that he can swing to hit the top of his head.
Oh shit!
So-
I was trying to rodeo.
Yeah, they're on like sort of accordion-like flexors, so he can actually move the arms a little bit. They have like
Okay.
latitude to move and flex.
I
Plus,
can't
it
turn
also has a
invisible
pair of
again this
little
turn,
robot
can I?
arms that can sort of like extend upwards and manipulate the top of the cockpit and such. So he can totally punch you with his little robot box arms.
A recharge, so I cannot use that yet. Okay. No, I'm good.
Okay, cool. So it's up to Bob now. Let's roll let's roll and see if if his radiator actually saves him, or like if he has any problems. So we're gonna roll that. It's the D10 plus 1.
Nice.
That's nice. Okay, so that means that he's taking 4d4 damage. Doesn't seem like that much, but it is considered at his damage level. So that's 8. Which, okay. Factoring that in, he still takes no damage, no explosions yet. But you see this time the mech just bursts into flame, and this time Bob doesn't give a shit. He just lets it happen. As the armor plating on the outside is smoldering with heat, and he just sort of says, fuck it, and sits down, grabs the control sticks again, and turns the cannon upward towards you, along with the micro missile pod. He's well and truly fucking done with you, buddy. He's firing the whole shebang at you. So I'm rolling 5d8 for the missiles, which he is at. You're at medium range, so he's at flat dice for this, I think. Okay. Plus the mod he has. Your defense is what again?
6.
Cool. He doesn't. Does he hit with 1? He does hit with 1. One of these darts flies out towards you, and you can see this thing as these things all fly in gravitic motors. How do you try to dodge out of the way?
I'm like flipping and flying and like doing all kinds of evasive maneuvers, like bobbing and weaving.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to dodge them as they sort of fly past you, 4 of them. The 5th one, though, lands. And now... Okay. So, that's... One of them is definitely wrong. I'm just going to roll these dice manual because apparently Roll20 is freaking out a little bit on me. It's making those into D8s. You shouldn't have a fucking 8 on that. So, that is 7. So, what's your toughness?
I have a 5/11.
An 11. Okay. So an 11 minus that. So we're looking at a total of 7 AP on this thing. For this is -2. So looking at a toughness of 9 effective. And we double that result. So you're looking at 14. That's 3 points of trauma damage. As even on a really crap roll. How much trauma do you have?
3.
Okay, you're not dead. You're unconscious.
Ouch.
So, yes. As you get struck, this thing flies in and just hits you, and you can feel it takes you through the ribs and punches out the front, and it lifts you up a little bit, and the gravitic motor cuts out, and then it falls out of you, and then you fall. You're going to need
Should have landed on
to.
him. That would have been way less bad than getting hit with a micro missile.
So, after having made that attack, I'm gonna say you need to make me You need to make me a. Oh man, make me an endurance roll right the fuck now. Actually, no, willpower. Make me willpower. Unmodified. Whatever your base roll is, 2. Okay. So it's not a 1. So your character doesn't instantly die. However, your character does fall significantly. A great distance. I'm going to make a quick reaction roll. It's our boy here. Okay. Yeah. So, you fall, and as your vision sort of flickers in and out, as the trauma of the injury is extreme, as you plummet towards the ship, right before you hit the ground, you feel a hand catch you. And Elias, in his gauntlet, has actually caught you before you hit the ground. And you see him just sort of look down at you, and behind the visor, the lights kick on, and you can see a human face with a fair bit of, unshaven stubble. And, you can't really make out the colors because of the gold visor. But you can see he's sort of grinning. Well, ain't that cute. Finally hit something, Bob!
I think the last thing that I do before falling unconscious is he probably, grabs my wrist as I'm trying to get him with my beam guitar. Weakly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He just, catches him, just please. And just, lets it drop. Okay. So you're fighting for your life now, buddy. But guess what? It's Red's turn now. Harlan, you're fucking here. And you wanted to hit Elias, did you?
I am going to attempt to fly my bike off of this ship here. Now I'm gonna whatever happens, I don't particularly care. Either the bike collides with them or I collide with them. Either or, it'll be funny. And it'll look like a Jackson Pollock painting by the time I'm done. So, what do I have to roll to do that?
Okay. So, to try to aim the bike like this, I suppose this would be a piloting roll, which is tied to your intellect. So, for this one, I'm trying to see if I can find... Do you even have piloting? I can't remember if you do.
I'm sure I do somewhere.
Let's see if you do. You don't. It's not a discipline you've invested in. Which is just... If that's the case, it's just your base intellect. So,
which is
your
pretty
base
high.
Intellect.
I have a pretty high base.
Yeah, it's a D8. That's pretty solid, yeah.
Hmm.
And I'm willing to give you a +2 for irregular warfare, because this is very irregular warfare. I know it's technically about, engaging in non-traditional combat strategy, but yeah,
This is a non-traditional combat strategy.
Yeah, this is a very non-traditional combat.
Today I will fly my bike into the enemy commander.
I don't know. I played a lot of Halo. This seems like par for the course.
Oh yes, of course. I want to fly my warthog right into the Covenant vehicle. So I get a +2 to the roll, right? Like just DA +2
Yes,
would be the roll. Okay.
Yeah.
Come on, baby. That doesn't seem good. Can I use a Mud of Legacy to reroll that?
You absolutely can, Chief.
Okay.
This is the time. This is the fucking time for it.
Standing here, I realize.
Put up a,
Better?
a lighter.
There you go. That actually does hit. That actually hits him right on his pace. So on his defense. So yeah. I'll roll the damage for the impact because that's a lot. So you're trying to. I'm gonna roll a d6 to see whether it's you or him that hits. Okay. So it's the bike. You kind of like you manage to hit this thing, and because this thing is propelled upward by like a cushion of like magnetic force, it sort of hits the metal of the vehicle and it repels really hard, and you can kind of dismount and let it just fly out from underneath you. And these two bikes with what is basically like, I guess, like just a platform like welded between them. I can't remember what it's called, but the thing you carry, like a pallet, like a metal pallet, welding them together so you can carry your hard suit, flies up, and you can see Elias turn his head and just go, "Oh fuck!" And I'm gonna roll damage for this. This is a lot of force.
Blunt
Oh my god,
force
that's
trauma.
a lot of force. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this thing is flying at terminal velocity. Like, you came in at, like, near 300. We want to give it to you. That's actually me lowballing it because it sort of bounced off the ground.
I love hitting people at 300 miles an hour.
10, 18,
You know what they say when you're gonna hit a deer? Speed up.
Oh no.
30.
I thought that was
Okay.
I almost said meese. I meant to say moose.
So you know what's really fucking funny? As
Yeah.
this thing hits, you would see the impact strike his hard suit, and he would drop Kushitaka to the side, not like throw him, but just like drop him, bring both his forearms and sort of cross them and crouch down. And as he does, the vehicle collides with him and just falls apart from the impact. And you can see the energy shield protecting his armor flickers red and then begins to flicker out completely and then just dissolves. And you can see the armor plating falling apart as it then you see this little poof and like a burst of air as Elias is thrown clear of his hard suit. And I'm just gonna roll and see how far he goes.
I hit this fucker so hard I sent him into an isekai. Like that's what just happened.
Yeah. Oh damn, he flies 8 ticks away from you from the force.
We're bowling.
You literally got into a vehicle
bowling.
accident. So
We're
1,
bowling.
2,
We're
3,
bowling.
4,
Dude,
5,
get the
6,
fucking
7,
like the Wii Sports
8.
bowling sound effect.
Yeah.
Right.
Nice
cock.
Nice cop. So yeah, he goes flying, and the only reason he doesn't against the side of this thing is you see this glow from around his waist as the grab chute that's on his belt ignites and slows his inertia before he hits, so he takes no fall damage. But he lands on the metal, like literally standing 90 degrees on the wall from the force of it for a half a second before he steps down and just looks over at where his hard suit was, which it's gone now. Hard suits, when they fail, detonate like
There's
grenades.
a lot of
in order
ways to
save
open
the-
a can.
Yeah, you did. You absolutely peeled it off of him. You removed it like a banana.
Do I
And
still
what's
have an
left of
action?
his hard suit is just lying on the ground, simmering with electricity and heat, all the different pieces scattered. And he's just standing there looking at that. Well, fuck.
Do I have another
I'm gonna
action,
say
or is
'cause
that
of-
like my whole thing?
Yeah, I'm going to say from that was the whole thing, but it was a hell of a thing, buddy.
Okay, because like the next thing I was gonna do, I was literally just gonna do like full Halo style, just like hop off midair, fucking rocket launch. Like, I give no
You know-
fucks.
He's ending his turn
I'm-
midair to get the in-air rocket launch.
In-air rocket launch. I will say, like, for the 3 seconds it took for you to angle the bike, leap off of it, and land there, So like we can pick up the top of your turn as you're just touching down, but
I'm still
all
meta
that
right now.
just happened. That was such a good move.
That was awesome.
I gotta give that to you.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah,
This is
even
how I
though
play
his token,
chess. I just pick up the king and shove it across the board.
for the record, you did a total after his armor of 12 damage directly to him, which is more than he's taken for almost the entire fight. And holy shit, like
This
that'll
is a funny,
do it.
This is a funny little game you made here, Rob.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So yeah, as he's skidding to a stop, we're back to the top, which is going to be the PMC troops, who immediately see that, and they all look at each other, and then look at you from while you're in the hard suit, and they all just fall back a couple of feet.
I like
Like,
how I'm just like
literally just like
careening up from the momentum, and I'm like literally grabbing the rocket launcher off of my back and just like turning.
yeah, they can read the fucking tea leaves on that. The other three over here, on the other hand, didn't really see that, and they just look over to see Elias. I'm gonna make a roll here on their behalf. They immediately all start falling back towards Elias. Like, they use their full action to run. As they use their movement action, they use a standard action to move again. And they all run over to him, and you like hear one of them go like, "Boss, you all right?" And he just goes, "Fucking that suit was more expensive than the mech." And at this point, that is their turn. So, okay, Kushitaka. Actually, no. It should be Becky. Becky, you're up.
Becky's before me.
I do the
So
kill
you-
thing.
Yeah,
That's
Becky,
what I
you
do.
witnessed-
I do the thing.
You witnessed all of that. Elias is alive, hard suited. His troops are starting to fall back, and this dude, who you've only seen like in passing once or twice, you think, because he's the only hard suit you've ever seen around the
Also
settlement.
Anazali.
I mean, yes, true. Just haloed this guy with his vehicle. And is in,
I
like,
missed that
minute,
sound
they're coming
effect.
down.
When you used to hit people's
Yeah.
vehicles, just like all the shields just
No,
immediately
I want
drop.
the polka music from the Warthog playing.
Yeah. Oh God. So, having seen all this, what are you doing, Becky?
I would open up comms, I think, with him,
Okay.
if that's possible.
Yeah. No. With who? Elias or?
Elias.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. I'll let you do that as a free action. You still,
Okay.
you still have your movement in your standard as well.
All right. Well, I'm gonna stay where I am and keep the shield up because
Okay.
I don't know what the hell else is gonna come at us, especially since we heard what skittering earlier.
No, you heard like you heard like chittering in
Yeah.
the comms.
Okay, I was gonna
So-
say like if we have more rock hoppers coming at us.
No, it's not. It's not something you hear outside. It's like a squeaking sound over the comms, which indicates like some sort of communication,
Fighting
likely
penguins?
from Amaya.
Yeah. So I'm going to say I would have given you a new deal, but you threatened the settlements. Tell your boss in the ship to back off, and we'll let you go.
Take one of these.
There'd be make me a negotiation roll for that. Absolutely, make me a negotiation roll.
You should get
Take
a
a-
bonus.
take
for
an
me
additional
literally
plus
fucking
3.
exploding
Yeah.
this suit.
No, absolutely. Add a +3 to that roll. Absolutely. That is 100% justified.
Intellect,
Willpower.
willpower.
Yeah, no problem. As I try this on his end.
Yeah, 'cause I don't have that.
No, that's fair. So he has-
7.
Okay, and he has for him. I'm just gonna roll them. I'm just gonna roll the dice manually over here because
before the
it seems D20 has reached its end. It's like, wow, some dude just rode a bike into another dude. I don't know what dice I'm rolling now, so rolling that. Oh, okay, all right. So that was, since I would have rolled that in public, that would have been a total of as an 8. Exploded once because it's a D8.
Jesus.
Becomes a 1 plus his additional 2. So right now he's currently sitting at 11. And you see he looks up across the battlefield at you, and now that he's out of the armor, you can see like scraggly brown hair that's been clearly like just cut with scissors around the helmet. And like he's got a fair bit of scar work across his body and a bionic right arm. And the eyes that look across you are this very pale brown. They're very stark. in like comparison to the rest of him. It's almost like surprisingly emphatic eyes. And he squints, reads you from a distance.
I'm like all the fuck over here.
You know what? I think you're right. I've lost enough troops for the fucking day. And yeah. Anything else you want to do with your turn? That's what he's going to say.
That's really tough. No more shooting.
The PMC troops have all moved and withdrawn at the moment. They're still there,
No, I'm
but
asking him. No more shooting, as in like the implication being you're not going to shoot the settlement.
I'll call my crew off up there. I don't feel like adding a war crime to my list any more than the ones I've already gotten. I'll pull that back. But you don't shoot us. I'm not done on this planet, but I'm done with your settlement.
That
Fair?
works. Fair.
Fine.
And immediately she goes like, comrade, like, if you fight, you will be arrested. Stop.
Actually, he's the law. He's the sheriff.
Too bad. I'm gonna
I
bluff
am
it.
the
I'll
law.
bluff it.
What are you gonna make a citizen's arrest against me in a hard suit? I just rammed a dude at 300 miles an hour on a bike.
just wrap your arms around him, just like, no. Just like
Yeah,
gently
no.
raise your arms.
Don't think I want point blank this rocket launcher. I'll take you with me.
All right. If you're doing nothing else, then
Then I'll actually, to make sure nothing else happens. How far do I move?
you have your pace. Yeah.
Being 4.
Yes, you can move 4 squares. It's 1-to-1 with the squares. And I'm assuming you're going to be moving your dude, so I'll move the thing for you.
Thank you. I'll move the shield closer to where Elias is. So that way they're protected.
Okay, so you're trying to actually shield him from fire. Okay, that's fair. All
I
right.
still feel like Becky would see it as we instigated. We were the aggressors. Like, they crashed, and yes, they came out like crap, but like,
Okay.
he was willing to level with her.
All right, so I'll put this little thing here. This will be the shield. As long as he's next to it, he gets hard cover because it's sort of a thing you can maneuver around. So, okay, yeah. If that's the case, then it's Elias's turn, and Elias, standing still like horizontal, like I'd say horizontally on the wall, the gravity anchor still holding him there, with like a sidearm in tow because he still has the SMG that he was holding. He's gonna just slowly hold it out and lower it, and you'd hear this little ping over open comm. All right, crew, that's enough. Pull back. I think we've had our fun. And he would use his action to run off the battlefield. Yeah, and he will clear the battlefield completely. I think it's safe to say his troops can share his movements, as they all just sort of bail with him.
Do we still have a couple that were left behind? Like, were they dead, like killed, or are they knocked out? Like...
His crew are taking the bodies.
Okay.
Like, they're policing their own corpses. A lot of them have like a handle on the back of their armor, so that you can literally just like grab them, zip tie them to your belt, and keep going.
Okay.
And
zip tie them.
Yeah, and unfortunately, also you see like one of them who's dead. They all wear like semi-powered armor in part, not like fully, but enough to like help support their armor a little bit. And as they're retreating, the ones they didn't get, like you can see the bodies like slump up and begin to walk away as the exo frames that they're in begin to retreat with the bodies in them.
So I would see the dead one.
Yeah, you'd see the dead one nearby just like sit up and like begin to walk the body away.
Then if Elias is still in contact range, I'd say, "Oh, you
won." I'm not sure you get much more than back over the comms. So that's them, and that's you. Kushitaka, we're on you. As you lie on the ground, fighting for your life.
Fight for my fucking life!
So now you're making willpower rolls, buddy.
With a man coming over.
with a giant shovel-sized hole in your chest. So yeah. Thankfully, Elias caught you and prevented you from taking fall damage, or else you would have absolutely just fucking died. So, roll me a willpower roll. This is not modified by your trauma.
I spend a mote for anything in this situation.
You can expend all your remaining motes of legacy to not die. You will instantly stabilize.
For the do I get them back?
Yeah,
Or is it like
you do
burning them
they
like
refresh
fate
every
points?
single. They refresh
Okay,
every
cool.
single game.
I know if it was like burning them like fate points.
No. That would be burning. That would be burning a spark. Motes are meant to be expended. So.
Okay, yeah, I'll expend my 1 remaining mote for the session and stabilize.
Okay, so all the remaining motes disappear, and for you, as you're laying there, flickering in and out of consciousness, you hear your suit sort of speak into your earpiece. Severe thoracic trauma detected. Deploying emergency countermeasures, and you feel for a second cold, and then like knives inside you as your suit shoots biofoam into the wound, suturing it up. And for the second or two your body doesn't recognize the material, it's like someone forced a fist into you through your wound, and then immediately the pain dissipates, and you just passed out unconscious. You are stabilized. You are not bleeding out anymore. Okay. It's only one person left, and that's the mech. And even though Elias's troops are all falling back in good order, you hear over the loudspeaker Bob, the guy who's been struggling to pilot his mech this whole time. Boss, that shit don't work for me. I'm afraid I'm gonna get myself a little payback first. And you hear over the comm Elias say, Bob, you do that, I'm gonna shoot you my fucking self. Go the fuck ahead. I've been shot at plenty today. And this thing clops forward. Its metal legs, the first time moving as it pulls itself free of the wreckage. And every step shakes the whole ship as it advances. It has one more pace it can move. As it slowly approaches you, Harlan, and its cannons all level down to fire at you. And let's see, with all the damage he sustained, if he's actually able to do any fucking thing at all.
You approach me?
Insert fucking JoJo sounds. I have to get close enough to beat the shit out of you. That's the recoilless cannon. Ooh, the recoilless cannon hits. This one does a lot of damage. Oh, actually, it's not as much damage as I thought. So let's see. I used to do a lot more damage. I think I toned it down. Make it modify. Oh, there we go. That's why. That's why. I forgot. Okay, so rolling that out. That does okay. Total of after mod 15 damage because it is a mech shooting at a person on foot. So what's your toughness in your hard suit? Or your hard suit's toughness, I should say. An 11?
It's 11.
God damn. You take 4 points of your suit takes 4 integrity points of damage out of your 30. So you're at 26 integrity left.
Bitch
and
mode.
Now I roll a bunch of dice at incredibly low. Yep, no. Your defense is your defense, Harlan's pretty low. It's 4, isn't it?
Like my personal defense?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah, because you're in the hard suit as well.
Yeah, I'm currently in the hard suit.
Yeah, so that would increase your... Oh, so he misses with all of them. As the micro missiles are suddenly fired at extraordinary range against, like, aircraft and, like, high-speed interdiction things, and not against dudes on foot. And so, as he fires, these things go up and arc, and you see they're trying to correct their trajectory to come back to you. There's too much inertia, and they sort of land behind you, like, digging into the ground. And that is his full turn as he's clearly firing at you. And one of the shells hits you. There's a bang. The ground beneath you buckles. An air pressure wave comes off of you. And your shield flickers red as it absorbs the damage.
Bro.
So, Harlan, it's on you, buddy. I think our friend Bob here has just announced that he's no longer an Amber Cross PMC member.
So if I make one punch with the I almost called it the Onager Gauntlet, the Collider Gauntlet.
Yep. Oh, that's right. You have a Collider Gauntlet. Oh, fuck. Yeah. So you could do it twice, actually. And so the rules for that thing are it's in the melee section. We're looking at page... I realized it didn't get properly updated on your sheet.
On page 58.
Oh god, yeah, it's on page 58. Yep, absolutely fuck him up.
Quick draw.
You can hit him twice. Because because you have 2
kill
free
him!
hands.
So
So you're rolling
Okay.
a combat roll first. Whatever your combat roll
Right.
is tied to. So might, okay, so your current
could I
might in
make
your
a
hard
case?
suit is D20.
can I make
Yeah.
a case for a regular warfare? Because you don't usually punch a mech.
This is the definition of a regular warfare. Your hard suit combat versus mechs is in fact what they're designed for. It isn't a regular non-static form of warfare. You absolutely get this. Plus also martial arts as well, because you're punching someone.
So this will be combat, which is 3, irregular warfare 2. So this will be a +6.
Yep, and it's D20 plus 6, and you get 2 of these, so you might as well roll them at the same time.
Is D20 just like my actual just roll for this, like 2 hits?
Yeah, it's your attribute roll. Yeah, in this particular instance, because you have the modifiers from your suit, which is really fucking high.
That's disgusting.
So
So
because it's D8,
You're
so
like, oh,
D10, D12, D20. Sorry,
You
add an
know-
additional 1 onto it. Jesus fucking Christ, that's a crit.
you know I gotta smoke them.
dead.
So,
Oh,
okay.
man.
So how much damage does this thing do?
You hit him with both, and one of them is a critical. And as I recall, the Collider Gauntlet has critical knockdown,
Critical slam
D20, and
Critical
critical
stagger.
stagger.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. So it doesn't get any extra damage from the hit, but it's still your might, which is D20, plus D20 damage. So it's,
So
it's
it's
2D20
2d20
plus 1 damage roll for each attack.
I'm gonna roll 40, 20 plus 2.
Oh my god, that's gonna be funny.
The duality.
Dang.
So, okay, so one of them, double, because that'd be just normal damage against him. So be 4 plus 2. So one of them doesn't breach his armor value, but the other one, on the other hand, guess what? That exploded. You get to roll it again and add it.
Mhm.
It's an
I get
exploding dice system, so keep going. Just
many
keep going with
D20s
the
am I rolling?
D20s. Another
One.
D20 and adding it to that
Oh,
damage
okay.
roll. Because it's 5 plus 20 plus 2. So right now you're looking at 27. Plus 6.
Nice, dude. Hell yeah.
So, Jesus Christ. 33 damage.
Has a penetration
so
of
it's-
4, by the way.
Oh, that's significant. So that
Also,
reduces-
slam it says D6.
But you have crit
I'm
slam
not
because
sure.
you crit.
So,
it's
so I
D-
slam, so it increases the damage.
Yeah, so no, the slam is, this is different. The slam, you roll that depends how far away he goes. Roll a D20.
Oh.
Oh shit.
You punch him in
You
the
literally
face.
one punched him. I'll describe this thing because it's fucking sick.
Can I punch him into the air? Can I like literally just like 1-2 and then like uppercut him and like send him straight up into the air?
Absolutely.
Like
Absolutely.
full on like shot you game like fucking right up in the air.
Absolutely.
let's see how high
I'll
he
let you
goes.
do it.
Oh my
Oh
fucking
my
god, that's
26.
unbelievable.
Rolling
high.
So
Rolling high.
I'm just gonna roll this out. Just very
Fall
quickly.
damage.
He's so
can
high in
fucking
the air,
break this
like-
boy.
I feel like you
That's
should
about
just let me
60
shoot him while
feet.
he's up there.
It keeps going, right?
Yeah. No. This one doesn't. This is just
Okay.
a.
For
This is a
distance,
determining
for
a
that.
number. This is a damage roll. But it's still
Great.
unbelievable.
That's
So
Holy shit, dude.
oh my god. Okay,
Oh my god.
Red. So
Yeah.
you're Shoryukening him?
Yeah, I
So-
just punch right into him, and like one of my gauntlets gets stuck, and as I'm ripping it out, I just like use the energy from the other one, like move my whole body into it, and I just like punch him straight upward, and I crush like everything in my path, and the momentum just carries him however
Straight
high
up,
into the
20.
air. Yeah,
And I'm gonna roll this very fast. 'cause
20
that's-
feet in the air.
That would be an additional ridiculously large amount of damage. Oh my god. Okay, so that's fall damage, by the way. So as you do this, you reach down and you bring your hard suit up, and a collider gauntlet isn't just like extra armor or pistons. It's a series of rings that hover around the base of the forearm. And as you strike, the rings open and slide to the back, and when all 3 of the rings touch, the little soft like red glow coming from inside flares to a brilliant, incredibly bright shine, and all slide forward at once with the punch and connect when the fist does. And the energy from the 3 reactors that those rings are travels into this thing, and you see the mech distort beneath the punch, and this vehicle, about as heavy as an M1 Abrams tank, flies directly up into the air as the impact from the strike shatters the metal of the vehicle below you, like making a crater below you, transferring the energy outward. and makes an equally
Some
sized crater in
Naruto
him. Yeah, basically.
That is so
You rolled
fucking
max,
cool.
You rolled max damage on a d20 with a d20 fall damage, and as the
I
thing
am
flies
literally
up,
I'm thinking of fucking Metal Gear.
yeah, basically. As this thing
Nano
flies up,
machine, son.
this red shocking of energy just carries him up. It sends the mech upwards. The arms just come apart as do the legs, and the body just hovers there for a minute, then falls back down and lands right next to you and just shatters into like
Oh
a
my
million
God.
pieces in a small fireball. Yeah, no, it's super dead.
Yeah, I think Becky's gonna vomit because I'm pretty sure that's mush.
Oh yeah, no, there's nothing. It's just crater.
So the Anazali and the hard suit just kind of like turn. Threat eliminated. Assessing injuries. He's gonna look over and see the bird.
Yeah. Man, I don't know what to tell you. You got a spade-sized hole in your chest. So,
I'll give him the bike that we came in on. Be like, take him to the doctor.
What? Yeah. What remains of the bike that I literally just ran into a concrete wall? At
oh
300
no, there's
miles?
another
mine.
one.
I have
Yeah,
one.
they brought another bike.
No, but
here.
what happened to mine is what I'm asking. It's
Oh,
just gone. It's just gone.
It's a distant memory.
It disintegrated. What happens? What happens
It's
when
in the
you
exile
throw
zone,
a
it's
plastic
gone.
model hard enough at a wall? That's what happens.
XL target vehicle.
Yes, it's gone.
It's gone.
Smash.
Well, that'll come out of my paycheck, I'm sure. Yeah. So the sheriff, who you've never like directly encountered before, is just gonna like look down and see you down there. How high is like the distance between this ship and the ground?
It was about like 20 feet up after the impact and the incredible like deflation of the metal beneath you, because that was a hull. It's more like 5.
Okay,
You
I'm
just
requesting
crushed it.
a comm link.
Okay. You would absolutely. Yeah. Who are you requesting it from?
With Becky specifically.
Oh yeah, immediately allowed.
Yeah, pings up.
Areas clear.
Yes, but his injuries are. They weren't medical attention. You'd be faster on my bike.
Probably. It'd start
Please
heading
take
over
him
towards the soon to be a cadaver.
When you get over there, you do see that the suit is currently stabilized him. Granted, there's a chunk of his chest that's really more like pink foam than it is bird, but it's there. That would be the biofoam.
Yeah,
it
but
almost
still.
looks like
He's a
Yeah, it
peep
almost-
now. He's a bird with all this pink foam. Yeah, he's a peep.
Mhm.
you're not wrong. Yeah, no.
I'm gonna reach out and just grab him like one of my gauntlets and just start like I'm gonna lift him up like this. I'm just gonna start walking with him.
Okay. And I feel like this is about where we should end the session. As you walk towards the settlement, you should talk over your shoulder, and next to you, the Oraname, who's been hiding behind the back of the ship, pops out, still chattering over comms with the rest of the settlement. And Becky, whatever you may or may not be doing.
I'm following him
Okay.
with the bike.
Yeah, I think that Harlan, the last thing that he's gonna say for the session, he looks over at Becky and says, "Thanks for the assist."
I did not assist.
And as you guys walk away, you would hear Calcifer release a series of pings, and the threat level would drop from lethal back down to low. And that's where we'll end it. Thank you guys so much for playing. Holy shit!
I didn't die.
You didn't die.
You got so close.
Your savior
did.
is here.
Yeah.
Dude, seriously, what a fucking
Good
what
moment.
rolls were that?
those are fucking great. I'm so happy to
I
have
roll
seen
high.
those.
I'm gonna roll
You
like
do.
shit at Cuphead tonight. Like,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
As we have our player characters all fully arrayed. And I'm very glad to have Red here and have everyone else who tuned in. Thank you guys so much. It means the world to have you all here.
Oh yeah, thank you for
Let's
running
do our
it, dude. I had an
outros.
absolute blast, man. This was fucking sick. Can't wait for more.
Dude. Hell yeah, man. I'm so glad.
Hell yeah. All right, well,
I was worried about some message.
no, it was good. It was really good that Red showed up because we probably wouldn't have had as easy of a time without him. But yeah, Red, where can people find you, dude?
Hey, appreciate you letting me jump in last minute. You know, work's been kind of shitty with me lately about not giving me weekends, but what are you gonna do? You can find me at VA Redemption on Twitter. I play Magic the Gathering every single week with 2 of the 3 people here. Maybe we can get Bon in on one sometime.
Hell
That'd be
yeah.
awesome.
That's simple.
Hopefully soon.
We're working on it. I'm building.
I'm just saying, if you're trying to build a 60 card deck, we are going to be playing Oathbreaker. Just saying. You can find us there. Tuesday will be Oathbreaker. That'll be Skag. Skag's going to have to suffer through Dovin Bon again. That'll be Derek and Omni. That'll be at 7 p.m. on Tuesday. Thursday, this Thursday, this coming Thursday, we're back to Call of Cthulhu, which features Omni here. That'll be at 2 p.m. CST. Glad to have it back live. Been having sorry about the hiatuses and the sudden cancellations. I've had to worry about personal things lately. They've been getting in the way, but yeah, I am fully back in action. I will be streaming. What's it? The Soldiers of Fortune. Yeah, the Pathfinder campaign.
Monday.
Monday at
fucking ready, man.
6:37 ish. I need to check what I put on the ad, but it's one of those. That's a Pathfinder game. I'm going to be live on Wednesday and all that with Derek, and yeah, hopefully my book will be ready to go soon. I'm gonna get it in paperback this time, so you folks can get physical copies of my book. Because I know I had a lot of people tell me that they wanted to read my book physically and not digitally, and I understand. So I'm trying to work that out. So
It needs to be on my shelf.
I would love to have my books on my buddy's shelves. Like, that would be fucking awesome.
It belongs on my shelf. It belongs.
Who's in a museum?
that belongs in a museum. But,
I'm not
thanks for
dead yet.
thanks for having me on last minute. I appreciate it very much, and it was very fun to just roll, a shit ton of nat 20.
Yeah, dude, show up. Every day refuses to elaborate.
You showed up for a couple minutes, but man, you made an impact.
I roll hot when it counts.
Yeah, it was good shit. It was good shit. Man.
It was made to be, man. It was made.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you.
Love you, buddy. Thanks for being here, man.
Happy to have you back, pal. Love you.
Bon, what's good, dude?
I don't do much. I am in Alexandria, which is Thursdays, but it won't be this coming Thursday. It'll be the Thursday after on Omni's channel.
Yep.
It's so weird being here and also here.
Right?
You get used to it after like 6 months a year.
There.
Yeah, actually.
And I'll be there forever.
Thank you, Sunshine.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you, Bon. Much love, much appreciated with you being here, dog. Super happy to have you on the channel. And
you were
Omni.
definitely instigator.
The best kind. Oh, thank you, pal.
And Omni, my favorite robot American. What's up, buddy?
Oh, pal, a lot. First off, highlight of my week running this. Thank you so much. I'm so glad. I will continue to get more of this stuff printed out for you guys so we can run the sessions a little smoother. Thank you, everyone out there who's been tuning in. It means a lot that you're all watching this incredibly silly but fun and long working project of mine. It's been 20 years coming, literally, at this point. And I'm just really glad to be able to actually play it in public and be working on the beta so that everyone can play it very shortly for free. And let me know how it is. Keep an eye out. I'll be posting more about the beta on my Discord as it gets closer. It is basically just me wrapping up the rules for getting it out. It's a lot to do, guys. This game is about as dense as a Dungeons & Dragons edition, more or less. So it's been a lot to do alone. As far as what I'm doing otherwise, you guys can catch me here on DMDM Studios and also Redemption VA. I play multiple games, including tonight I'll be playing Covet. Next week I'll be playing in multiples of both of their games, so just keep an eye out. In addition, I run Wild Skies of Tamria on my channel, a Lighter Than Air Pathfinder 2E campaign, every other Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST. Super happy the way it's going. I have Derek in that, Dylan in that, Bon in that. It's a blast. tune in if you want to have fun and explore a really cool custom world I built.
Snack.
And
I'm a
other than that,
sneaky snack. Sorry.
you are a sneaky snake. Also, I'll be running Mouse Guard this coming week on, I believe, on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yep. This channel will be back to Weasel Wednesday. So keep an eye out. It'll be Derek and a couple of our friends there.
I'll be there for that one. I promise. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, dude, it's okay. Dude, it's okay. Believe me, I get it. I get you. I do.
The world really
And
lends
finally-
itself to that kind of like drop in, drop out too, because it's kind of Game of Thronesy, right? It's like,
Yeah,
let's catch up
exactly.
on what this character was doing the
Right.
past time. You know what I mean?
Return
Like,
of the Scottish Rat. Return of the King.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna lead an army of
same-
ghost rats.
I'm trying to do the same thing here as well for Legacy. So if a player can't show up or needs to go, hey, it just means that there's something else bothering you or you need to do it. There's a whole galaxy out there, guys. Responsibilities are just as big. So shit happens. Likewise, also, one final thing. I have a merch store. I actually have a Redbubble, which is right there. I did just send it, but yeah, there we go. Perfect. So you can get this t-shirt, actually, if you'd like, at that store at my Redbubble. Please, by all means, the Trinary Mobius, the Sign of Legacy. So keep an eye out on that. I also have a couple of designs from Atanria there as well. And I'm even thinking about getting some Mouse Guard merch on there. So keep an eye out. That's me. Derek, I love you, buddy. Thank you so much. I love all you guys, my players. Thank you so much for this privilege of running it for you.
Thank you, buddy. Much love to you. Appreciate you being here and running it for us. JJ, thank you so much for the resub, girl. Holy shit. Love you. Thank you so very much. We lived because Red showed up, basically, which is really good.
You're a full-on Power Rangers intro, man.
I just imagine Freebird playing as he was like flying over and just ramming.
Yep, absolutely.
Don't drink and drive, kids. You can't do cool shit like that.
You can't do
Well, you can't do cool shit like that on purpose when you drink and drive.
True. All right. Well, thank you guys for being here. Much love, much appreciation as always. You can catch us live here in a little bit under an hour and a half for Covet Syndicate. We are getting back to the world of the living this session. So that'll be fun. Well, kind of living. I guess the world's kind of borked. It's all subjective. I'll see you in about an hour and a half. Thank y'all again. One final time, you can get yourself 10% off of a DMDM Studios custom dice case by going to ko-fi.com/theshadysale using code RPGINN at checkout. Thank you again to everybody, my wonderful sponsors. We love you, and I will see the rest of you guys here in about an hour. Bye.